So, jumping into tonight's session, we find ourselves in a different place called the Rook.
Called the what?
The Rook.
Okay.
And in this location called the Rook, there is a tiny small town that surrounds a temple that is also secondary as a library. But not a library of books. It is a library of objects. Within these hollowed halls of the library, there are collectors of these objects. And they come and go, and they're documented, and they're shared amongst them the stories that they have to tell about who they've encountered and their significance. Not the stories that the people shared with these individuals, but their own personal accounts of each individual and their worth. Within these halls, there are a few of these collectors that are speaking amongst each other regarding various trinkets. One is a familiar chameleon named Bergamot. One of his companions asks him why he seems to be in such a rush. And Bergamot simply responds with a very lazy tone of, with a sigh, carrying on to, an old friend asked me to visit. And the person that he speaks to, a wood elf wearing similar robes as him, looks to him with crow's feet around his eyes and perplexed, and he's like, but you're just a chronicler now, you're not an actual traveler. And Bergamot's like, old favors are due, I need to travel. And Bergamot collected these trinkets to begin traveling far across the ocean to his calling, to meet up with an old friend to present the trinkets for a favor to be called in.
That's interesting.
So with that, Bergamot collected each figure, delicately placing them into their protective box, into a larger box, stowed it within his robes, and headed off to the port to be ushered off to the far city.
I need a volume button for you because that thing is loud.
There we go. The problem is, I'm not a very loud person, so...
Yeah.
Except when you're angry at people.
Oh, yeah.
Pretend you're angry.
Just pretend she's angry. She's gonna drown us in salt.
And glitter. It's gonna be magically delicious. So, we pick up, and the session starts as this. A day has gone by since the settling of the news. The family setting in now fully, and meetings have been had and moments have been had. The now retired Obscura having a chance to speak with each other in private regarding their feelings and sorting things out. The family, the current Obscura, has had a chance to speak to Kippa and relay the news regarding the deeds and tales of their adventure with the Dryad. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and jump in during that one-day period. And each of you have a moment alone with Bergamot as he wanted to speak with each of you individually. As he has already spoken to your siblings, the surviving members, except for you, Scav. As you don't have any siblings, you're a loner. But he has spoken to the other siblings, and they've been rather tight-lipped about what the meeting was about with this strange being. So, easing into things. Mongo, you find yourself in a very casual place, the marketplace as people pass by, some paying attention and seeing this familiar character, and some of them offering to pay for his meals. He just ushers them away, like, it's okay. And it kind of takes his time moving about, but you finally get to spend time with this person that assisted in bringing back your parentage. Your sister had already spent time with him, and she's been very quiet about the encounter, essentially. So you find yourself sitting with him having a meal. So go for it, bud.
Fuck.
He just sits and he has what you guys are having essentially is a breakfast croissant that's filled with ham and cheese and with a holiday sauce over the top.
Fuck, that sounds amazing. Love croissants in the morning. And in the afternoon.
And he just gently
In the evening.
cuts.
Any moment of the day.
He just cuts it up into pieces. And he just kind of observes each piece and before he takes a bite.
You may be the most observant person I've ever met.
He raises his head up and he looks over. He's like, well, I wouldn't be in the position. What's up with your piece? That I'm in if it was otherwise.
Sorry, I've met a couple of people who don't pay attention to a damn thing.
And he has a teacup and he just kind of adjusts the angle of things and he takes the tea flag. And if you want, you can do a perception as he moves the strings to it to a specific spot.
Sure. He's definitely doing a thing. The perception?
Mm-hmm.
9.
You realize it wasn't a very in-depth thing. So he took the strings to the tea and the little weights, and he actually moved them to the current time of day.
Oh. Dude really does pay attention to every damn thing. That's interesting. If you don't mind me asking, I noticed that you happen to move that to corresponding with what time it is. Is there any particular reason, or just a thing you like to do?
And he looks over to you and he just, well, it is a significant moment. I get to find out who you are.
Probably not the most significant thing you've ever witnessed.
And it's odd. You see him take out a notebook that's munchkin-sized, right? And it's already, you can see the edges are tattered, and it's some sort of note field book. And he sets it down in front of him. He's moved the croissant off to the side and the tea off to the side. And he seems to watch you for a few moments. Then he just smiles. He's like, I have discovered the perfect object to represent you at the library.
Interesting.
Reaches forward and pulls out a whisker.
And he
I'd hate to slap this guy.
and he lets you take the book to observe, look through it.
Yeah, start taking a look through the pages.
Yeah, the pages are rather pristine. Every single page is blank. You can see the outer edges of the actual book is like leather, like it's been through travels already. But it's very well cared for, and you realize that just by him observing you at the various encounters you've had, he's actually has picked an object that describes you perfectly. That by the end of your life, you'll have a story that would fill these pages, but currently, you're still figuring that out.
Actually, I really like that. Book that's clearly seen some shit, but could still be anything. Okay.
He takes the book gently back from you, and he wraps it very carefully in cloth. And he puts it in, he opens up a container and he sets it in there very gently. And he writes on a small piece of parchment and sticks it underneath the strap that's with the book.
Do you need my full name, or is just the moniker that I go by?
Oh, I already know. I don't collect. My kin, we don't collect stories of who you are. We collect objects of who you are, really. The truth of who you are. And he just kind of smiles, and you see that he's eating the croissant in a specific pattern as well. He's spread it out amongst the plate, and it's in a round shape, and he's just eating the pieces in a specific order. Those details.
Your kin. Is that specific to your lineage, or a group that others could join?
Well, we do have quite steep standards, but we would always welcome others to the library.
I imagine your library is probably one of the most unique ones anyone could ever lay his eyes on.
And he just kind of smiles a bit about that. He's like, I suppose it's true, but others look upon it as a strange abomination that collects odd objects.
Which reminds me of that old saying, one person trash is another's treasure.
We have someone that truly believes in that.
Trash collector?
Oh, they're awesome folk.
That's too spot on.
Yeah. If they can get use out of a thing that somebody else finds useless.
Well, it's not finding use out of something that is useless. It is meeting key individuals within the world and finding out who they are so that they can preserve for the future of the object. Mongo's like, I like these people.
Yeah. Kind of thought Mongo's was going to be like a deck of cards or something. It's like, you know what, that book is so much better.
Surprising, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, God, Sweetie is falling asleep.
Just chilling over here.
Is there anything that we can help you with? Anything you need?
Oh, nothing. There, I'm cared for.
I have no idea what you might need for doing what you do.
And he takes the tea and moves it slightly as time has passed. Well, let's finish our meal and enjoy each other's company. And you get to spend the next hour or so just, you can really just talk to Bergamot, but he's listening, but it's more like he's just let you vent to him.
So I'm kind of curious. What other objects does the rest of the family?
He raises an eyebrow ever so slightly. Which ones?
Well, you pretty much nailed me right on the head with that one. But like Scav, Ryan, Nikolai, Sunny. Like what objects were chosen for them?
Well, I can speak of your sister since she knew what your object was. Hers was a white handkerchief. Pure, unfeathered, innocent, can be dirty but cleaned up again. Always there at the end of the day, bright and clean.
Yeah. Ever since we got her back, she's always been there for me. Just wish we could have gotten there sooner.
All moments within our lives happen in the orders that they're supposed to happen in. Nothing sooner, nothing later, always on time. Sounds like, damn.
Yeah. Do you have to have a specific object to bring somebody back?
Well,
How does that whole process work?
the objects are simply a story of who the person is. In this case, I return the favor to someone that asked me to bring the objects. And since the objects, such as your book and your sister's handkerchief, are so closely bound to who you are as an identity, not on the surface, but your actual identity, if there's a certain linkage there that permits more power.
That's a while ago. There was actually, there's been a few people we haven't been able to save. They may have told you about Caravan. Or correct, yes, it's we knew him.
So you would like others to return? I will speak to my colleague and see what can be arranged.
Because there's one that a bit more complicated. And pull out the piece of the site.
Oh.
Piece of the what?
Number 4's site.
Oh, that is.
Oh.
Oh.
I have no idea who she was.
Would you like me to find out for you?
When we first left the place we once called home, we eventually came across this douchebag that thankfully no longer walks these realms, and to state it that way. But he liked to experiment with others. And one of the ones, well, he tried experimenting with my sister. That didn't work out so well for him. Broke his neck. Me and my brothers tried to roast the fucker alive. But one of them was a Munchkin-feely thing. It was connected to this rather large scythe. And once it broke, the connection to this realm also broke.
Interesting.
And even though there's not a hell of a lot of us running around, I mean, there's a lot more of us than say it. It always bothered me that we never managed to actually kind of get things fixed.
Well, I have people I can speak to. But remember, not everything can be fixed.
I never knew it was anything other than number 4.
He takes the object from you very gently, wrapping it up, as carefully does with any object that he's presented with.
But an uncorrupted version of her, for all I know, could be a raging bitch, and she got everything that was coming to her. Shit, she could have gone through the process willingly for all we fucking know.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be something.
I have no idea. Could have been the sweetest person on the face of the planet.
I think that's reserved for Sunny. So, you're able to finish your meal with him and eventually go your separate ways, and I'm pretty sure you want to go see Sunny, just give her a hug.
Yep. See how she's doing with all this shit.
See how your parents are doing.
Definitely need to talk to Dad.
Yeah.
Definitely need to talk to Dad.
Cayenne. You're finally you're able to spend some time with this individual, and that was heavy, huh?
Start with a guy who's been drinking? You know I have a low tolerance, damn it.
You smell isopropyl for alcohol and you get drunk.
You mention isopropyl alcohol when I start walking sideways. I actually
Cayenne,
had one beer.
you're able to catch up with Bergamot, and oddly enough, it's at the Druid Circle. And he sits down and he pushes some snow away and just kind of stretches his little feetsies within the grass that is under the snow. Just kind of sits there, and you see him just have like this kind of childlike smile for as elderly as he is.
put the chameleon in a place of nature and they're happy. Can probably try to like find a way to make it to where it's a little warmer, because you know, chameleon, cold-blooded. I don't need him to freeze out here. Cayenne's fluffy, so I think that she will be fine without a jacket.
Yeah, and she's had some time to be warm because of situations.
Yeah, especially trying to keep Osling from losing her absolute shit.
Yeah, you guys did discover that there were at least 3 additional inches of snow from the fact that of Osling's mood.
That's funny.
When you went outside, they were like, the snowstorm came from nowhere. Those that know. But he sits in this nice, comfy spot.
Dude, you're up to your waist in snow.
And he looks to you, Cayenne,
Yeah.
and smiles.
I take
I
it
think
you
I have
enjoy
a
nature as
fire
much as
breathing
I do.
machine
Fire parking.
A lot. I spend a lot of my time back home in the gardens now, tending to the flowers.
You would probably really like the atrium that I have alongside my parents and my sister. A lot of really pretty plants. One of which likes to tell stories.
She's awesome.
And it's very peculiar.
A lot of things in my life have been very peculiar, to say the least. Especially with my family's history and what I do know, and there's still many things that I don't know.
Emotions for you to come over.
I'd come over.
He's like, I picked out an object much like this siblings. That best describes you from what I understand. And he opens up that familiar case and he takes out an object and he sets it in your hand. It's a little heavy.
I will look at the object.
Yeah, as you unwrap the cloth, you look at it, and for a few moments, it's probably a little perplexing, and then you put 2 and 2 together that this character probably knows way more than you can imagine about, like, a person's individualism. It's a piece of rock, and in that rock is an unrefined diamond, essentially, that is a representation of you in your future.
Now I'm very curious as to how you see Osling. Because I'm still trying to figure her out, although we are twins, aside from forms now. I always wonder how people perceive her on a much deeper level than I can. Although we share the same bloodline and we are identical in ways we perceive things, some things, I always wonder how people see her on a more deep personal level rather than how she portrays herself, which would be basically me, just more angry.
Did we just... Oh, nope, you just glitched. you had a possession moment there.
Wow.
Oh, sure, she gets a little possessed. Nobody bats an eyelash. Manga gets possessed. I don't fucking think of it.
We haven't seen Cayenne possessed yet.
Because everything's too scared of Cayenne.
So, he looks at you and, yeah, so you have basically what has yet to be crafted into a diamond. He's like, I'm gonna share you with what I found that represents your sister.
You can share if you would like to, but I won't pry if it's more of a private matter.
Well, her sister and direct bloodline. I see no problem with it. The emotions for you to sit.
I'd be sitting.
The object that you have represents you. Inside that is, well, you know, a diamond. Purity. Your experiences, trials, and tribulations will break away the other part, and in the end, you will be a beautiful diamond.
It's making a lot of sense with the word of warning that tribal leader told me. She said that I bear the sins of my father and my mother, and that to be forgiven of those, I will be reborn. It was so cryptic, I don't understand. This starts to make a little more sense of that, but I still have so many questions in regard to that warning, essentially.
Well, it's not my place to decipher things. I just collect objects. And he takes out something from the case and he hands it to you, taking the diamond from you gently and setting it, wrapping it back up. The object he handed you is your sister's. You're free to unwrap it, look at it.
I will be very careful doing so.
You unwrap it and you see in your hand is a very, very tribally, beautifully carved obsidian dagger that represents Osley.
That
Yeah.
makes too much sense. That would cut to bone. That would cut to bone and then into bone, actually.
And that's the object that he had decided on for Osley.
I'm going to gently wrap this back up after looking at it and hand it back.
He puts it back into the case very gently.
That's a perfect fit for her.
I thought so too. She thought it was too accurate.
I mean, it is accurate for her. Like, no doubt in my mind. And what you've chosen for me, I will agree with your choice. I just still try to wrap my brain around what everything means, because everything is so confusing trying to figure out where I belong and what I'm meant to do, especially now that our parents are back.
They're an interesting bunch, as are you.
I can see Osling's frustrations for sure, especially after the meeting. But I understand her frustrations given what she's dealt with throughout her life.
If it were not for those experiences, she would not be who she is.
No. She wouldn't be who she is. She'd probably be someone completely different. Be like my aunt, who I still have to meet at some point. But at the same time, I don't know if she would want anything to do with any of us. Not even to meet. Only time will tell, I guess.
In time, she will adapt and learn and accept things, I'm sure.
I'm just glad that I was able to help her when I could. And I'm glad that Osling has a loofah now. Brings balance.
Which is important for both of them.
It's just like with me and Lumion. Lumion is the cool-headed part of me. Whereas I'm fire and I will burn away who needs to be burned away as part of a job. But I also know there's a time and a place and a calling for such.
And that requires wisdom.
And patience. Lots of patience. glad to have met you.
As I am to you as well. And he just smiles and enjoys the snow.
I'm gonna share some of the strawberries that I picked, basically from my realm that I planted and picked.
He will
Since I did-
happily enjoy them.
Especially since I did put those in one of my pockets of holding, so they are perfectly just as ripe as they were when I grabbed them.
Yes. Nikolai, you get to spend time with Bergamot.
Okay. This is after the decision to do with regards to government right source and
All that's been discussed.
question of what choices were before we move on. So I just know.
For the choices that Kip has decided on. Yeah, she's going to just keep the story going that the
Keep the
tribe's
story
been there.
going.
Yes.
Good.
She's
Yeah.
got
One of the suggestions I want to do would be to actually ration the food. So, but not like prevent people from getting food that they need. And
Oh,
so it
yeah.
looks like on all aspects that there is a blight.
it's easy enough for her to pull off with the inner workings of the city.
Yeah.
Plus, not to mention, you have two literals, information brokers and spy masters within the city
Yeah.
that are tag teaming.
Yeah, and I figured with once we get the family that's kind of leading the farming group like back into power and doing what they're doing, they would be able to very effectively roll the proper.
But yeah, so you get to spend time with.
Okay. Yeah. So.
He looks at you, just kind of smiles a little bit at your presence.
So, like, where are we? Are we in a eating room or what?
No, just like a tavern, a
Oh.
place that's relaxed to you, essentially.
Okay.
It's probably a tavern that's not too far from Tinker's shop, or it's the one that's in the actual the docks, the
Yeah. Okay.
Tinker's tavern there.
So, we knew our parents, or you know our parents, or agree, or who exactly are you?
Oh, Bergamot, it's a library. It's a majestic.
Yes.
Yes, it's a weird moniker. The actual title has been lost to time.
Okay.
Oh no, it's literally not because of that. It's a title that is given by kings and stuff because of how important it is. It's a very very important place.
Okay.
I like that. Where is this?
Nowhere cold. It's on the equator line, other side of the world. I had to travel very far to come here.
Okay.
But I didn't know your parents personally. I know them through the objects that I collected through them. I know who they are, not who they are. The stories don't matter, it's the individual that matters.
Why were you collecting objects of my family?
Well, anybody of importance, I collect an object. Me and the other librarians.
That's interesting. So this is okay. So what you do is a thing like a job, not a passion, or is it? I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to connect the dots. Like, who are you?
I really enjoy collecting these objects to find out who an individual is.
Okay, you're a group of people that collect objects of people in the world for documenting purposes?
Yes, of who they are.
Oh, that's fascinating. Huh. So you guys have objects on everybody?
If everybody that is considered of importance within the world, yes.
Who makes that decision of who's important?
It's on an individual basis. We travel. I'm actually retired. I came out of retirement to come here.
So you, as the librarians, get to make those decisions. Of who's...
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And
Interesting.
the Obscura were a rather important bunch, and so are you, the new Obscura.
Huh, interesting. So you've collected objects of the obscure. So like that tells their whole life stories.
No, who they are as an individual.
What exactly does the spoon represent Mama? And the broken cog represent Dad.
Well,
Can
the
you explain
spoon.
that?
Well, your mother is a caring, loving person, and it's the spoon that she acquired when she was actually able to cook, as she told me.
Huh, interesting. So you've approached her and asked her for something that represents her?
Generally, we find an object that we best think represents the individual. Hi.
Ah,
Oh
okay.
my God, low tide, bud.
Interesting.
Here, have that back. I know you like to groom me, but goddamn, cat.
So, can you explain what you thought about how the broken cog represent my father?
Oh. Well, that's rather easy. He's as we called them back in the day, they weren't referred to as artificers, they were tinkerers.
Mm-hmm.
He would constantly try to repair things, but it would often end up broken. It's the broken cog.
Huh.
But him as himself, it doesn't represent that specifically. It represents. You see him just kind of look up a little bit, like trying to remember. Himself, he fancied himself as a cog in the machine, but yet he was always broken in some way.
Okay. So I guess you have something new, something from your sister.
Yes.
So we're important, huh?
To me, you are important.
Hmm?
And he opens up the case and he looks around and he takes out something that's very interesting. It's not something that you're familiar with, but you can roll a art history check, a tinkering check.
Come on, just a second. That's a 16. Yeah, 16.
It's a smaller version of the actual items that you would see, but it would probably bring a smile to your face.
Okay.
It's a full power, thus steam power, espresso machine. As a miniature one that represents you for a single cup.
A single serving espresso machine.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Espresso.
That'd be
kinda
cool if it was like a pour over.
good.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Can I ask what you picked out for Billy?
Of course.
Pure caffeine.
He takes something out and it's wrapped and he sets it in front of you and he unwraps it and it's not what you would expect for someone such as Millum. On the outside it's dirty, it's tarnished, it's rough around the edges of the exterior, and you can see like gunpowder and oil and such. But once you open it up, you can see that it's actually a hollowed out clock that's used to collect notes. That it's actually something that, on the outside, it's a hard exterior, but inside it's very warm and sympathetic.
So, you believe the Obscura is important, and you believe that we're important, the children of the Obscura. I've heard at one point that those of us that are alive aren't the first.
He's like, he shrugs. I know nothing of it.
So that could be fascinating. She had things for both. So I guess Humphrey requested you as an old friend to come. Humphrey from way back.
Yes, I do. My younger days.
Before Jewel turned him into a hat?
Huh?
Or after Jewel turned?
What?
Before Jewel turned him into a hat or after?
Before.
Before? Interesting. What was he like before? If I can ask.
A strange individual, not who he is now.
Very interesting work to do. Is this just like the things you do? Is it just a thing to do because you and your companions believe it to be important? Or is this like a resource that you do to provide those for it? Can anyone go to the library and
Oh, that's actually quite an interesting question. I like that question. Well, we do it because we see it as those in the world need to be chronicalized and for the future so that people knew who they were, not their fantastical stories, just who they actually were. These objects represent who you are, not your stories.
Okay.
And we do hold events where we highlight specific periods, people that are, and we each decide who is original, such. So you can come and observe the objects within our library, within the viewing room, find out about these individuals as who they were, not the stories of the bards have made them into.
Awesome. How long are you going to be in town?
Oh, I guess longer.
I have a question. Well, it's going to go. Or even if it's something that you can do, if it's something you can share with him directly, that's fine. One of us would be willing to possibly assist. Look around, are we safe and in a quiet spot?
You're just at a table within the middle of this place. People passing by.
Will you walk with me?
Well, I'm not as spry as I used to be.
We can take all day to get there if we want to. The questions I want to ask probably should not be asked in public space.
Ah. He starts walking with you after packing everything up very carefully and delicately.
I'll be totally patient with him, and I'll take him over to the family magical house.
Okay.
When we get there, it's the question I want to ask.
Alright, what's the question you would like to ask me? And people stop and you realize that this is a person of certain importance, that people have heard of these collectors, and they stop him and speak to him and ask him questions of curiosity. And
I'm fully patient with whatever he needs to do. If he needs to stop and talk with somebody for 2 hours, we can do that.
And people offer him coin, but he denies it, telling them to spend it elsewhere for those that are more needy and such.
Pretty cool, right? So when we get there, I'll, offer him something to drink, something great for him. And then I'll ask him the question I want to ask. So, Mongo's father is about to be put up on trial for terrible things that he did not do. And if you have his story that you could present, that could be a wonderful thing to assist them at the trial. This is something you can and are willing to do.
I can't. I can't interfere with things. Things have to go as they go. We're simply observers.
What's the purpose of collecting information if it's not used to further facts and truth?
Well, we're librarians.
Uh-huh.
The object that I have for you will have your name attached to it and go into the library. And someday someone will look upon that item and the complex mechanisms and the energy that it produces and the love that it has. Understand who you are as an individual, not what the bards make of you.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I'm getting at, like, could we? That's part of the question we asked. Like, could anybody visit the library to get information? So, in this situation, since you're here, would we be able to utilize the information that you have on who Maggie is?
You would be able to utilize it. He can't.
Okay, so we can present. Yeah, that's what I want to try.
Yeah.
We can present the item. Tell them who brought it.
That the Majestic is
The Majestic has provided this. This is a representation of Maggie, not the misinformation that you have. Okay. So, and does Bergamot leave these items with the person, or does he take them?
He keeps them with himself to protect them.
Okay, so with that, so that's part of the conversation. So how do we present during Maggie's case the item that you have?
You would simply let them know that I have one of the objects that is of importance. Even the magical city knows you.
Okay, so unless someone has failed in their investigation, they probably have already looked at it, but if they haven't, or didn't think of any concern, they don't know they have it. So, okay. So we simply tell them Bergamot from the Majestic has evidence of Maggie. Okay. Okay, cool. And that's really all I wanted to know. I appreciate the help on that one.
Yeah, and you pick up on some of what Mongo and Cayenne both say. As he's talking to you, he's examining the table, the long table that's in the middle of the kitchen, right?
Mm.
And he's taking in its details. He's smiling at the fact that the wood is rather used, but it is all the exact same length and cared for. Really observing the details of the craftsmanship of it.
Yeah, I'll spend time with them. Lunch or whatever time of day, I could make them a snack, whatever.
Yeah. Scabbard.
Yes.
You too get to spend time with this individual.
I bet you have been all around the world.
A few times.
You've seen a lot of your themes, huh?
Rises, falls, births, deaths, wonders, horrors.
Ever seen anything the likes of what's going on right now?
A few times.
Any advice, friend?
No.
That's fair.
No, just live, man. Just live your life.
Okay, that's fair.
He sets down his little case and he opens it up. He's like, you know why we're meeting.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He's like, you know why we're meeting. I've selected an object that represents you.
What would that be?
And he opens up the case and he takes out a wrapped item. And he hands it over to you gently. His hands are slightly a
What
little
was
shaky.
Okay.
What was Nick doing?
A single cup.
And what is it?
Oh my goodness.
What is it?
He just waits for you to unwrap it to observe what it is.
And begin to unwrap it from its cloth.
You can see that it is a part of some sort of crystalline shield with a holy symbol that's been broken. That probably hit Scap a little too hard.
Part of a crystal shield with a broken holy symbol.
Yeah.
Does the symbol at all look even remotely familiar to anything I know?
No.
Huh. Look at it and then look back to them. I don't understand. Can you explain?
Oh. It represents you as a person, not your story. You're a paladin, a person of faith, and you're often beaten and broken. But however, you still shine beautifully in the face of danger and redefined what your faith is. And shield those that you care about from danger.
You're watching your keyboard.
It looks like it.
If there's two things that you have
Does that hit
it is
Scap a little
keyboard
hard?
Just a
and
bit.
buttons. Because really, what is a keyboard for?
I
Seriously.
don't know what to make of that. I guess it kind of makes sense.
Oh my god, cat.
What would Scott be
Just
doing?
fucking
Probably like.
What
Art.
would Scav be doing? Why are you asking the DM this?
I'm asking myself this question. What would Scott? What would you do?
Can you not stand
Have
on
an
the
actual
keyboard?
thing.
Probably be
Freaking out.
no. Probably be inside the room at the family house, inside the old workshop there, carving away more like things for the eventual child. Probably like letter blocks.
Letter blocks.
You gotta make sure the kid can
As the chat said, probably tear up a little bit because it's so accurate.
Probably that too. Well, thank you. I don't know much about what's going on. Our family's back. I don't know how. I don't know why. I'm glad it is. There's a lot to learn. A lot to unlearn. A lot to do still.
Keep away from the mic.
Nice, yes.
A lot of unknowns still yet to be discovered about this whole debacle.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out in time. People always seem to. And he gently wraps up the piece of broken shield and puts it back into the case. And puts a piece of parchment with it.
I don't know. Guess only time will tell.
He nods and he just sits and observes you working on the wood and giving you company essentially for a while as you work on things and just kind of air your thoughts.
Probably spend a good while just talking.
And doesn't really respond and just listens.
That's one thing that Scab doesn't really do a whole lot is talk about his problems.
Yeah, and you finally have someone to listen unconditionally.
Literally wants to listen to your problem.
So
You have time to say extra monologues,
No.
and nobody will tune out.
except for me, so you guys are able to get like a late lunch together after you guys have all spent time with Bergamot and share your experiences with each other regarding this strange individual. Find yourself in a Huh?
Way faster.
You find yourself in the marketplace meeting up away from the parents and
What did Coin get for her outfit?
you didn't ask.
Imagine to be a mug of some form.
Again, you didn't ask. And I'm
Yeah.
not acknowledging anything.
My guess is some kind of flower.
Coin?
Yeah.
Oh no, Sunny.
Oh, Sunny's a handkerchief.
Aw,
A beautiful white pearlescent handkerchief.
aw.
Yeah, Scab knows better than to ask about Kippa's personal things. that's for
Scab's
her to know.
currently terrified of Kippa.
Terrified? No. More so
Concerned?
intrigued.
But you're able to meet up with each other at the marketplace and speak about your encounter with the interesting individual. Fairly folk, they come to the table, they sit down, drinks. It's kind of like an outside, like, you know, there's a stall, and then they've set up a area in front that is a place where people can sit down and the tables and
Yeah, outside cafe.
yeah. They basically have taken up 2 stall spaces to set up their little plane for food, but they're paying the price for it. So. And the Feely folk just sits down these old tattered mugs and with drink in them and smells strongly of like mango and alcohol.
Beat.
With
Good work.
almost like an agave undersmell to it. No, not tequila, the actual like plant, the sugar part. To sweeten the drink essentially.
Like the actual agave plant itself.
Okay, we good.
Agave nectar is all I use for my tea when I drink it and my coffee.
But yeah, sets these down in front of you and she's like, I'll be back with your food. Enjoy the drinks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taste the drink, probably make notes on it.
It's rough around the edges. You can tell that it's mass made and there's really no proper measurements to it.
Oh,
there's-
so all alcohol. Got it.
So that
Yeah,
probably does
you
not-
get
All I'm seeing is just a line of the mugs. Ingredient 1. Ingredient 2. Ingredient 3. What was that?
This is cayenne right now.
Jug, 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 jug.
Yeah, so go ahead. Table's yours, guys. Talk
Probably
amongst
make
yourselves.
notes on how to refine the beverage
Oh my god.
in case I need to
This
make this, but you know, palatable.
this is
I'm actually about to make voodoo brew to make sense of this drink.
This is it's interesting.
There's potential.
You get a piece of mango in your mouth that didn't even filter it very well.
No, slide the mug over to to whoever wants it.
How big are these cups?
You got
Oh,
one
yeah,
that's
you
like
mean alcohol
for
thing.
Well,
half
ever
like
since I got that
pour a
point
small
from
Coke.
Kipper's father,
every-
I can actually have stuff now.
Basically, a shot glass.
Speaking of
everybody
which, I
else
still
has like
need-
normal sized mugs.
I still need the card for that actually.
Which one?
The coin that Mildo gave to Scab that lets him bring things now.
Oh yeah, that one.
I mean, I thought that was only a temporary thing. I didn't know he had it on a constant.
So
They
yeah,
said I was making a brew, by the way. I'm making a brew.
Dude. So, how weird were the objects that were picked for you guys? I mean, I have no problem, but it doesn't necessarily.
Mine
pretty
makes
much nailed
sense,
the-
and so does Osling's.
Yeah, mine, he fucking. Yeah, it makes a little too much sense, but
Yeah.
it.
I mean, just because I like coffee doesn't mean I am coffee.
Except when you've had too much of
Do
it,
you not-
basically the walking embodiment of it.
I mean, there's deeper meanings than what the objects look like.
Yeah, dude, there are times when you have enough coffee, you don't blink.
It's it's a little tiny individual espresso make. It's interesting.
He's a very well-traveled individual.
Putting it mildly. I'd really like to visit that library someday.
I had asked them about that. I just visit this library and ask for something about someone. I said, that's interesting. Interesting question. Very good question. I like that question. And then he just proceeded to imply that they occasionally do presentations on people or eras or something. But I did get something interesting. The stuff he has on Maggie is accessible to the magical tape.
he blinks at super speed. And I blinked in the waiter in Morse code. Please don't.
So if we cast enlarge on his eyelids and he give him enough coffee, could he actually just like fly?
I tried getting the waiter's attention by thinking of Morse code.
Whatever story he has on Maggie
They don't
can be
correct
available to
story.
him. It represents them, yes. Tells of who they are. So the Jag has access to that.
I didn't really get too much in the way of, I don't know how to word this. Wasn't that I was looking for information specifically, but seeing what Osling was given says a lot. Mine, I'm still trying to make heads or tails, but it also kind of makes a little more sense of that warning the tribal leader from Osling's land, essentially. That's what I'm gonna call it, because the name skips my brain at the moment. The warning that tribal leader gave me, this kind of makes sense toward that.
Colum or something like that.
Was it Colum?
Colum, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think I might have it in my notes.
I have it in my notes. I just don't know if I spelled
Well-
it right. I just typed up what I heard.
Yeah. And the Filifo goes back and sets plates in front of you, and you guys are like, oh. It's shredded potato with like some really bizarre, questionable looking like corned beef and hash with eggs and poorly chopped up vegetables that just
Hey man,
it's like trunk corned beef and hash.
sounds good to me.
It's like
I
if you
don't
were.
see a
It's
fucking problem
like
here.
if you were
No.
to be.
I don't see a problem.
its hangover version.
Yeah.
We'll go with Celtic hangover version.
I'm gonna look
Sure
at the
it's
name
not
of this.
Scottish.
I'm gonna look at the name of
I
this.
say
Is it called
Celtic
like Hair of
because
the Dog?
I say Celtic because I don't want to single out any specific people that have enough jokes made about them.
What's the name of this place we're at?
The Salty Lick.
The Salty Lick.
Why
Man,
does
did
that
you pick
sound
a
like?
one?
Why does that sound like the name of something a centaur would make? Because Salt Lick, horses.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you
Party
have
Yeah,
Har,
you're just
har.
looking at this plate in front of you, and it's just like they threw it on there, and it's like if she had thrown it on the table with any more force, there wouldn't be anything on the plate.
Cayenne, if you don't mind me asking, what was your object?
It was an unfinished pure diamond in a stone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Osling got a beautifully carved dagger made out of pure obsidian.
Yeah, that's a bit too on brand.
Yep, that's what I thought.
What was yours,
The
Mongo?
kind of thing that will not only very easily slice tendons and ligaments and muscle from bone, but will literally shave bone.
Yeah. No, both of yours. Right
That's
on the
why I
money right there.
say the object that I got, it made a little bit of sense of that warning from the leader that we spoke to and helped with their issue. But it still leaves-
Unless we absolutely have to, I'm not going back there.
I would
It's not
go.
gonna be good for me.
I would go back there, but only if Osling specifically stated that we need to go, or if we were sought out.
Yeah, no, if I
That's-
have to, sure, I will. But, like, I'm not gonna go, like, vacation there. That's...
No,
I'm gonna get in too much trouble.
I'm right there with you on that.
Mongo's gonna pull out his to-do list and make it
I
Alright.
think that place has a certain macabre beauty to it.
It's just a forest.
Yeah, how I
A
live my
forest
life
that
and
not
their-
even
how
the
they live
Dwarven
theirs is
Empire would
like-
fuck with.
Yeah, no.
Well, they're assholes, so like
They're not going to fuck with said place because they know what kind of deity rules said place, and they recognize her as, oh fuck, let's stay in our lane.
yeah, okay, makes sense. Like
Which, by the way, for the record, I am very thankful she's on our side.
It's one of said people that may or may not be within the vicinity of us may or may not be pledged.
So you had a crystal, Osling a obsidian dagger, use some sort of coffee making device.
Yeah, it was very intricate tinkering. Like,
okay, yeah, I kind of, when you said individual espresso coffee maker, I'm just
it's not your traditional
Yeah,
one.
it's-
Think of like it's over engineered, like the how they used to do it in the '90s movies when you had the whimsical scientist. Like, yeah, like it's overly
Yeah.
engineered to the point
Okay,
to be
now
non-functional.
I
Okay,
see
now you're just
how it
calling
all
him
represents
out.
Nikolai.
Yeah, huh?
Because straight up, like, I would love an overly engineered coffee making set. Because even the crap that I have that I put together to make nice, wonderful cup of coffee, it's fun to do that.
But
So an overly engineered one would be
I
just a
should
lot of
have
fun.
explained that
That's
better.
90s tech, don't you?
I should have
Well,
explained that from my point of view, but now you understand why
Now I
represents
understand where you're coming from.
Nikolai so much.
Yeah, it really does, because it's relaxing, it's fun, it's amusing, and do all this fun stuff, and you get
So
it's all win.
You said that Sunny had a handkerchief?
Didn't actually say that out
Oh,
loud.
okay.
That was Claire.
No, Now I just see it back in like some of those 90s movies. Like, hey, I need a thing. Don't worry, guys, I got this. 6 fucking days later, the
Hey.
entire house is covered in varying bits of tech. Don't worry, I just need to plug this in here and that in there, and I can make 1 cup of coffee.
Gremlins, the inventor, Dad. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Oh, without a fucking doubt.
What did you end up getting, Mongo?
A book.
It's very fitting for you.
That's
The
everything.
outside very worn and beat up and has clearly seen some shit. But the pages inside are blank.
What about you and, sorry, your sisters?
Sister.
The two of you.
Oh.
Villains. That was an interesting one. It was like a messed up clock, but folded.
Yeah.
So, wise in time, I guess?
You know, and all the things that have happened in the... God, not even a full fucking week. This has been the most relaxing.
Huh.
What about you, Gavin?
It's part of a broken, shattered crystal shield. There was part of a holy symbol on there. I don't recognize it, though. Or I didn't, at least.
Can always ask Fallout.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How funny would it be if the holy symbol was representative of the god of believing in yourself?
Believe in the me that believes in you.
The god of David Bowie?
Why do I see his holy symbol just a very particular codpiece?
That's Dami Moore.
Well-
Beer?
Gavin, you do seem to be running into difficulties with knowing who you are.
Ain't that the truth?
I wonder.
As he's sitting there still red and warm.
Oh no, if my food starts to cool down, I'm just gonna hold it over his head.
But eventually
Yeah,
you go
it's-
back to normal?
Supposedly. It'll take time.
Yeah, the mixture that's on the plate is like heavily saturated with like butter. So it's like you pick up a bite and it's dripping butter.
You know, there are
So
times
the
that's not a
fried
fucking bad
potatoes
thing.
are very fried.
It's saturated in butter, cheese, and it's just like, yeah, this is, you eat this, it's gonna go right through you like a rocket ship.
It sounds like it probably is delicious.
Probably tastes good, but it's absolutely terrible for you.
Unless
got-
you're going-
Is this the equivalent of fast food within this kingdom?
Just wondering, how greasy are the spoons here?
So,
Curiosity. If we go to his library and have a viewing, would they let us view our own object?
I don't know if that's a good idea, Mongo.
It doesn't look like anybody. Doesn't look like they have it set up in any particular way where you can just like visit like any of.
I'm down to make a fucking appointment.
I think that would be an absolutely terrible idea. Just based on the sole fact of what kind of happened with, you know, how my mother kind of did that and sort of fucked everything up.
How the fuck did she do that?
She looked into the whatever the hell she did, future bullshittery, saw things and decided to change them to make them different.
How the fuck is looking at your object and
It just teaches.
the fuck?
It
I
just teaches.
don't know.
You just said it just teaches the viewer of who the person was.
I don't know how this
Not
works.
the things that they've done.
Look, I don't know.
What the fuck is in it? How drunk are you?
How drunk are you?
I can at least handle my alcohol. Or are you asking me as the player?
As player.
Okay, yeah. Little column A, little column B here, but had a beer and a root beer, so I'm 3 sheets to the fucking wind right now.
It's like you're more
So-
like,
So you guys are able to just eat this odd food that's not too expensive. It's
Sounds like super hearty and delicious.
yeah, it's heavy. It's whatever like leftover like sausage or whatever they had was ended up being meat essentially, and eggs and potato and cheese with some like leftover vegetables. There's carrot in there and some peas. It's like this makes no sense, but I guess that's what they had on hand.
I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't sound awful.
No, it doesn't.
And some,
If a plate was thrown in front of me, I would fucking dig it.
It sounds like hash browns from the Waffle House with everything on it.
So-
it really does sound like a fast food joint in
So,
medieval times.
moving on to the next portion of this session is
After we get out of the bathroom, hello.
it doesn't stop. Why is it coming out the way it went in? It's so chunky. I'm
You
making
can only press to digitate so quickly.
I'm making chili. Why is it so granular?
You.
Ew. So we're gonna start with Cayenne because this is just gonna be fun. Cayenne, you get to spend time with your parents and ask questions.
Oh shit.
Oh boy.
Does she start
That's-
with a left hook or a right uppercut?
Your dad's just like he's standing across from you in the house, and he sets down a jar, and it's like you can see that the date is from when he was last alive, and you're gathering that he hid this somewhere in the house, and it's some sort of moonshine.
Oh lord.
And he pours some into shot glasses, and he slides one over to you.
Oh god. Let's
He's
see
like-
let's see if one or both of Cayenne's livers is affected.
Roll a con.
Shit.
And your mom's like, don't make her drink that. She's
Yeah, that's-
soft.
It's a 4.
Damn.
Did Cayenne's mom just call her 10-ply?
And it just hammers you. You suddenly you just black out for a brief moment because of how potent it is. It has not
I
been
did-
refiltered or refined. It is just brute force moonshine.
Yep, I dissociated for a second.
It's like eating warheads first thing in the morning on a Monday morning after a convention with
No,
nothing in your
thank-
stomach.
No,
Huh?
thank you.
It's like a really bad idea.
Oh, it is. I've been there, done that.
On purpose?
This is her we're talking about. You realize that?
And your mom's just like, told you she couldn't handle it. She's soft.
At least I didn't break the heart of a plant that I created and leave a dryad behind to become a puppet for someone else.
Your mom's like, I didn't leave the dryad. I died. There's a difference. I went to go take care of business and I didn't make it back. Your dad's like, oh, look at it. Look, she's still standing. Oh, she can do another shot. I bet she can do another shot. And your mom walks over and puts her hand on the jar. No. We're supposed to
I
be
will-
talking to each other.
I will only take another shot if you explain to me if Bellis is the last of her kind.
Oh, there's not even possible.
Your father just kind of like, I'm actually not really offended at all at that question. No. No, she is not. Yes, I was a shitty god. Yes, I was a shitty god. I was a very shitty god. But a certain hat did me a favor, and that was a very odd experience that I had to pay back for that favor to kind of remove a few of them from the map so they wouldn't be eliminated from existence.
Why did you let them die out when they're our own people?
I was young, stupid, reckless, and I wasn't raised with the ideals to be a proper god like you seem to be.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh, good! Wow, she really is learning like us.
I'm trying to learn what all of this means. I've done good things for people, but I still don't know what the fuck is going on.
Your mother crosses her arms and she's like, "Look, darling, the less we interfere with you, the better you'll turn out. We'll be good parents."
At least some advice or guidance, even if it's like as much as a seed's worth of guidance or a grain of sand would be great.
She comes over and she grabs your hands gently. Look, this is where we stand, all right? We're your parents. We're going to give advice as you come to us for it. But we're not exactly very well equipped to raise two gods. As your father is no longer a god, then he was actually a very shitty god at that. A very unforgivable god and a very forgettable god at the same time. You have his stern and you have my wisdom. We're going to figure it out greatly and be much better than both of us.
It seems like Osling did some good because the people that follow her are actually good people. Although their methods are a little on the kooky and creepy side.
Your father looks over. Yeah, your sister? Yeah, I ain't gonna deny the kooky and the creepy and terrifying that she brings to the table.
You should have been there when she full-on made a jar of goblin bury themselves.
A jar of goblin berry himself.
Side quest unlocked. Find all the mini centaurs.
Oh no! Can we not have animate undead? Thank you. That could go bad.
Oh, good. She's already got to do all the gym trials now. She's got to collect them all too.
Is it just gonna be the hearse song? The worms crawl in. That plays.
Well, it is now confirmed, there are live mini centaurs out there somewhere.
Yeah.
He doesn't know where, so that they're protected.
The good news, if you do get them all together, you won't need that big of a place.
I mean, I guess in most places they get half off.
At least they can fit through doors. Like some of us. I'm talking about wide.
Doors are actually double wide in most places in this world.
One place that Cayenne couldn't fit in, she had to stay outside.
Yes.
Her butt was too big. She couldn't fit through the door.
Someone just walks up. You thick.
Don't remind me of the dwarf, thank you.
So,
Um,
is Cayenne at a loss for how caring her mother actually is being?
Yes, and Cayenne kind of wants to ask her about what happened between her and her sister.
Oh, So you're just gonna outright ask her that?
She's going to wait for the right timing to mention that to her mother. Because I don't think Cayenne wants to see her mother angry.
Huh. You'll find
wanna
out where you and your sister got it from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the table's yours with them for a little while to ask questions.
So, how did both of you know Gunner?
Your dad's like, oh, he traveled with us for a little bit. Him and his other half, and we had ventured for a little bit. But then he's like, I really want to open a place, and we're like, all right, that's cool. We help finance the place. Went our separate ways.
We've actually been to that outpost. It was definitely an experience. What with the clips? Didn't
Your mother's
expect
like,
to
the what? Pardon?
angry little piranha frog things.
Your dad's like, I bet one of those would make a lovely little pet. Well, I know what I'm getting your newborn once you have a child.
I already have a vampiric mushroom. They started out as just being small enough to fit in my hand, and I, would let them latch onto my hand and feed off of me. But no, now they can full on wrap around things of creatures of your size and larger, and turn them inside out.
Your father just looks over. He's like, hey, remember that purple worm we fought? I was 10 feet to the wind. I couldn't hit the side of a barn. He's so comfy.
Melting off the table.
Oh,
He's like,
No.
no,
I
leave
can't
me
stack
alone."
dice on you.
Not currently.
He was laying right here, and I was stacking dice on him.
He says, no, leave me alone.
Your mother just looks over. Oh, she couldn't hit the broadside of a fucking worm. You were drunk as shit. And you were wearing a blindfold for some fucking reason.
That sounds like a barbarian.
You should have been there for the bachelorette party. We went to 84 different taverns in a night.
Your father's like, wow.
I think you need to meet Coin. You will rather enjoy her company.
Those two are gonna get into a fucking drinking contest, and one of them may not survive.
That's what I was fixing to say. I was like, y'all are gonna try to outdrink each other.
He's like, is that the other little munchkin that, Mongo is,
Yes.
has corded into his, arms.
Yeah.
Is that really the right word?
I mean, technically it was a courting, but what would you call it in, like, if you were to do cat terms? What would you even call that?
Fishing.
I did not get catfished.
No, it would just be fishing.
We interrupted her performance, and she stuck around.
You would really, really, really like Coin. And I know that you both approve of Lumion. I'm still very confused by this whole thing, and also nervous for what the future holds. There are many things that I don't know still.
Your dad's just like, oi! The future's for prophets. Live in the moment.
I do, but my mind still flashes from the present to the future and also flashes to the past. But I do focus on what is important, and that is what happens now. Just the future's also good to think about, but not good to dwell on. I
And,
do have to.
Go ahead.
I do have to ask. Do either of you know of someone named or went by the name of Smiley?
They look at each other. Your mom's over there actually starting to make up. It surprises you. She's actually starting to make dinner for the entire group. And it's basically like the giant lamb chops. She's making the butter and all that, and just kind of making everything from scratch, like a nice, really large meal that would feed everybody. And they look at each other like, no? Your mom's like, oh, doesn't ring a bell to me. You? He's like, no, but I've carved a few smiles on people's faces.
That sounds about right.
He's like, you remember that one king? And she's like, oh no. Yeah, he was an asshole. I kicked him down the steps, put a shovel in his mouth, and stomped on it. Put a real big grin on his face.
Turn him into a fucking pen dispenser while you're at it.
You know, why does that track?
Finding out stories from the parents.
Now I think I might take a page out of his book at some point as a reminder. You mess up, I'm going to give you something to remind you of why you shouldn't do this again.
Your mom grabs your wrist and pulls you over to start helping with making dinner. She sets a pile of potatoes in front of you.
That's easy enough.
She looks at you and she's like, you're going to learn how to care for your group, whether it kills you or not.
I have helped make dinner before and actually helped catch 17 pounds of fish alongside Pongo when we went to deal with the Dryad.
That's it? 17 pounds? No wonder they all look so emaciated.
The last time Nikolai had too much food, he literally could be rolled down a hill.
She laughs a bit.
And we also did kind of give ourselves a little bit of a trip that I guess attracted some of the Dryad's plants to give us a really bad dream of a trip. Because I thought it would be wise to offer some of my medicinal herbs to use to cook the fish with.
Your dad, Hobart, he leans on the table and he reaches for a potato and gets immediately smacked by your mother. He's like, I remember the time that, I guess I shouldn't speak ill of people. Nikolai's father. He had so much caffeine at one point that his blood was toxic.
Note to self, we are going to keep Nikolai from doing the same thing.
A basilisk tried to eat him and spit him right back out. He didn't like the taste.
Oh, that'll help keep him not doing that.
Yeah, basilisk
repellent? Yeah, no.
Repellent? Fuck yeah. I like this.
So yeah, you're able to spend time with them and make dinner with them, and your father is being fended on from nibbling. You'll be able to ask him more questions later.
Yeah.
Nikolai, you
Yeah.
get to spend time with your mom.
Alright. Where is he?
You're back at home. And you hear the centaurs in the other room. And she's like, she's got her arms crossed and she's like, the expert on cooking isn't allowed to cook.
Why aren't you allowed?
Because Richita said she's cooking dinner today. It's rustic, unrefined. It might give you tetanus.
That's only the chicken.
Alright. Fine.
So I start bringing her around into the shop. Show her, show her, you know, the things I've created. I'm trying to break this aversion to tinkering that she has for whatever reason and get to the bottom of it. Try to gauge what her impressions are. In fact, like one of my proudest creations is actually a little wedding clock set that I gave Logan on dinner. Yeah, in fact, she's there right now. It's demonstrated to show mom.
They're in their own conversation. And she's doing insight.
16.
Ooh, 16. I
Double
see,
digits, holy shit.
I see laser beams coming from that direction.
Yeah, one of us thinks you rolled high, the other thinks you rolled low.
I think it's a pretty good roll.
And yeah, you can tell that she's just like trying not to be interested in it. And she's like, I cook, I don't tinker. Why are you showing me tinker? It's... She looks around a little bit.
Distracted.
I'm puzzled by the thing you told me. That what's this like you can't do tinkering because it's an abomination? Like, I don't understand. Explain me, please.
She's like, he motions for you to follow, and as you're talking to your parents, you see Nikolai and Nika come in. And she goes over to Maggie and she's talking to him in some sort of code. You're assuming that's like a obscure code. And if you guys want, you could do an insight on her.
Fuck that.
Why do I keep on getting 16? But I guess that's better than.
Wow, alright, Scabbard, complaining about rolling higher than 10.
No,
You
I'm
could-
complaining.
Look, don't get me wrong. It's when you keep getting the same number again and again, yeah,
It's
it's
just
a little
weird.
weird.
It's all- it's
14.
just weird.
14. You see whatever she talks about with Maggie, there's a huge set of relief on her, and kind of like, you see her actually, she's been kind of tense this entire time. Like, she's constantly looking around to see if Rorik's actually around or whatever. Like, there's a certain level of way she's been kind of like looking at hallways and around rooms and such to see if he's around them.
Considering how she died, yeah, I don't blame her.
Yeah.
And she nods and pats him on the shoulder and heads out. And she's like, she goes back to the tinkering thing and sits down. And you see her just let out this really long sigh. And
Like a sad sigh or a sigh of relief?
you can't really make it out. It could be both. And she's just kind of sitting there, just like,
So,
well, it's a mean to sound ill of your father, but it's a sense of freedom.
Okay.
Look, you probably know that none of us are calculated by any means innocent.
Okay.
And your father is the one that instituted that I'm not permitted to take.
Why?
According to his calculations and the probability of what I did, I have damned our entire people to a life of forever doom. But that's besides the point.
Mother, please explain so I can understand. Maybe his calculations are wrong.
What?
Maybe his calculations are wrong. Obviously, he's made mistakes. So please explain.
My tinkering enabled the slavery of our people. I'm not allowed to tinker because of that.
What did you do?
Well, there was a certain person or thing in control of our people back on the moon.
So that is real.
And
Wait, so we are from the moon?
yes.
Which one?
The one of the three up there. The one that's not broken, obviously.
Okay.
The middle one.
Ooh, okay, so that's real. How did you get here? Why did you get here? And should we go back?
I don't think it's wise to go back, Nicola. I fuck things up more than anybody else here.
What did you do? What did you do?
Okay.
Please explain.
Look, in my class, I wasn't permitted to really be much. Scientifically made, more or less, and calculated to be just an instrument of donation. However, the thing that oversaw us, and
Instrument of donation?
yes, you take pieces from me and you fix other more important moon mice.
What kind of fucked up system
Why
where do you
did-
come from?
Why?
Perpetualness of the people. Let me get okay.
Okay. I just have more questions now. But continue with this question.
So, if there was the boss of all of us, the one that kept everything in charge,
Okay.
the overlord. Well, the overlord broke, and it was a chance for our people to find their way. I did something very bad, and your father took advantage of the situation to pillage others and take me away as a form of banishment. I fixed it and reinstated the system. I re-enslaved our people, Nikolai, because I thought it was the right thing to do.
Well, okay. So, a thing was controlling all the moon mice on actually the moon. It broke, and you fixed it because you thought it was the right thing to do.
Yes, I mean, that's how we were raised. The old wise machine is the creator. The old wise machine must be maintained. The old wise machine makes the choices for all of us so that we can live.
Okay.
So, it broke. I did my part and fixed it. Where no other moon mouse would step up and fix it, and I figured that might get me, a few points on my card that would well, keep my organs well attached.
So, did you fix it because of the training or the instructions? Or did you fix it because that it was broken was actually causing harm, damage, misery, destruction, terribleness?
It was dying. I kept it from dying. I repaired it to 100% operational status so it could continue what it was doing.
So you fixed it for it, not for the people.
Right, that was the right thing to do. I realize that was the wrong thing to do now, but at the time, it was the right thing to do.
So you fixed it to no fault of your own.
I suppose. But, yes.
So you are, Mother, that wasn't your fault. That was, you were being controlled.
I still actively repaired it with my own free will so that it would maintain control over our people and keep them enslaved.
So you did it for that purpose, not because.
The great machine breaks. We must band together to repair it, to maintain our lives. Yes, I repaired it. I did what I was supposed to do, how I was raised to do.
Yeah. This is not your fault. This is like a child not being taught to not steal from a merchant.
That's how you end up as child back home. You're processed and your proteins are extracted and you're fed to other moon mice.
Why does it sound like all of the moon mice are basically very smart, ascended lab rats?
Don't it?
Live
This
off
is
of
like
Soylent
this is like the
Green.
this is like the
Oh
beginning
my
of the
god,
Secret of
Soylent
Nim.
cheese.
This is literally sounds like the beginning of the Secret of Nim.
It's pretty horrifying, isn't it?
They're from a distant galaxy, from a time in the great past.
So, but again, if the child was never taught
We were
to
taught that.
not let, if the child was never taught to steal, or taught not to steal, and they steal, it's not their fault because they don't know that it was wrong. If the child, you, were taught to do something and no one taught you differently, but it is a wrong thing to do, it's not your fault.
That equation is unclear to me, Nikolai. However, your father assumed control, and I owe him for removing me from the equation and keeping me under control, causing future errors within the program of life.
Well, father's not here.
She looks paranoid at that. She's like, yeah, but that thing you guys are dealing with?
What do you know about it?
He
What
did
can
it.
you share with me? 'Cause all I got from using Identify, me and Mongo, on some of the things that we got about them, that this house had terrible, like, torture bench.
He made it to take over if it needed to as a contingency plan. Emergency backup, if you will.
Dan 2.0.
I told him it was statistically going to be absolutely wrong to do as, well, him. And obviously that proved to be true. However, it's not my place to give warnings as I owed my life and existence to him. So I had to accept what he did and,
Okay, but you did tell him that you thought it was a bad idea.
I said it was a calculated error that is going to probability end in certain failure. And he said I had no reason to speak because I already caused a significant error.
Well, you were right. He was wrong. So,
Everybody-
because you're here and I can talk with you, you have precedence on your own decisions. I don't hold you at fault for what you did, for what you told me. You simply did what you were taught to do. And this is not a crime. Father somehow forcing you to abandon who you are is another wrong thing.
She,
So
pick-
Father has two wrongs, you have one.
she picks up a bowl and she shakes it a little bit, and you see it fill with popcorn. She reaches in and eats a few pieces. Offers you some.
She's offering it. So if I can speak for Father, since I'm a surviving heir of him.
So you want to take your father's place and overrule me? I
No.
get it.
No. I will then. Fine. You are free to be your own self and do what you wish for yourself, as yourself, by yourself. You have no ridiculous restrictions that Father has placed on you.
She looks at you and she's like, you can do an insight.
$16.
That seems to be your lucky number tonight.
You pause for a moment at the very end and you realize that due to her posture and the way she's just kind of standing there, that your father had said something exactly like that or similar to that in the past in regards
She's
to
being
things.
stubborn.
Huh?
She's being stubborn.
That your father has used words like that on her too. That she has freedoms, but yet he still maintains overall control.
Well, that doesn't work either.
You're realizing how much damage your father did to her. Fuck, it gets more fucked up the more you peel back the layers, doesn't it?
Holy fuck. Man.
And yet, Cayenne's is like nowhere near as bad as the rest of the groups.
Oh, there's still time to change that.
Yeah. So as you
There-
spend time with her,
yeah, as we start talking, I'm bringing out the things, the beautiful, wonderful things that she made, and I'm working on it, talking to her, trying to get her to hint
yeah,
if I'm doing the right thing to get this thing unlocked. So I should bring her involved. It's like, so I think this goes this way.
she looks at the popcorn and she's showing you what she can do as an She picks up a piece of popcorn, she puts it in her mouth, it's one flavor. Picks up another, puts it in her mouth, it's a completely different flavor.
This is fascinating and delightful.
And as you spend time with her and she sidetracks you from the tinkering with the bizarre, like, bird spots, wondrous popcorn now. So anyway, Scav,
Like to savor good stuff.
you're actually out with, you're not out, you're in a private area, more like an open garden area, essentially within the temples.
Some very ominous music.
I know! Why?
It's the button you picked.
No, I did. Thought I hit the button above it, but okay, we're rolling with it.
Scab, it's time to talk. And fight.
You're
You
dead.
wanna answer a question? Have to land a hit.
Oh my god. So you're with both your parents, and your dad's like, flowers, and your mom's like, all right, open the can of worms. What do you want to talk about? No, you have questions. And
I have so many questions that I can't even focus on a single one right now.
your dad's like, first time.
I feel called out.
So you said we're at the temple or tending to the area behind the temple?
No, you're in the castle area where the gardens are.
Ah, in the gardens. Okay.
I mean, granted, there's not a lot of flowers in bloom right now, especially with after Osling did.
Hmm. Well, I guess the first question to always be a good one to ask is, what happened and why?
Your
How
father
did
looks
things get the way that they did?
He tried to retire, have children, fucked up and misstepped.
Clearly.
And your mom's like, yeah, and karma's a bitch. We had a nice discussion in the afterlife.
I bet. Things have been weird. And they're only getting weirder. You are all back, so that's good. I don't know what that means for the Kingdom of Essent Crest.
Father crosses his arms and he's like, would you rather we weren't back and we just have a melee and kill each other?
I'm glad that you're back, and I'd rather you not do that. I'm just trying to figure things out now. Because there's a lot of, as I said, a lot of questions, and I don't know where to begin.
If Scav were more prepared, he would probably say, good thing I made a list.
Yeah, no, writing down the questions helps focus.
Yeah. So, I guess one of the first things. What happened that caused all of this? Why did Brooke do what he did?
Your mom just speaks up. Well, obviously, he had contingency plans he didn't share with the rest of us, and Rurik is Rurik. He doesn't really care what the rest of us thought and just did things. He went along with He went along with things and just simply, I guess, further his plans.
Okay. Well, what do we do now?
Your father's like, we're retired.
Perhaps.
We give advice, we advise, but we don't get involved. Your mother's like, it's actually a good thing that I'm not involved. Because I tend to fuck things up a lot, as you can tell by the current state of affairs.
I wouldn't say entirely. People make mistakes all the time. Nobody's perfect.
Your father's like, yeah, did your mistake go down into... Was your mistake going down into a crypt of a god that's been locked up by other gods because they like to kill other gods?
I mean, we did deal with something similar. There's a lot.
Yeah, I don't think you stepped into the, hey, we're fucking with a banished god. Oh yeah, by the way, we've looked into it. Yeah, that almost came back on you all.
Yeah. Well, I met Victor. That was a fun story.
Your mom's like, oh, how is
He's
he?
doing okay.
Apparently I am permanently banished from his realm.
Your father's like, wait, he doesn't ban anybody except for the influence of gods.
Let's just say we have a very powerful, friendly cleric that terrified him.
They look at
The
each other
fuck
like,
out of him.
Victor, I assume his ball sack is okay now.
you see them both looking at each other like raising an eyebrow. Well, we have dinner with the rest of the family at the house.
Suppose that these kind of still belong to you. I have all my stuff on me right now anyway, so...
Your father's like, it's yours now.
I gotta ask, why did you start off the way that you did?
What do you mean, start off the way we did?
No, not you. I'm looking to Sigurd there.
He's like,
Paladin of her? Really?
he's like, you know, she listened, I kind of was like, ooh, look, power. I was naive, young, like your stupid self.
At least I knew better.
Like, you're young, you're gonna make stupid mistakes.
I suppose I have.
And you hear your mom go, and your wife is going to catch all of it and make you a better man, hopefully.
If there's one thing that those did right, it would set this up.
Your father's like, you do realize that you're the property of your wife, right?
I'm aware, and I have no problems with this.
They look at each other and go, wow, he's accepted his position rather well.
Look, as weird as it may sound, I never really was fully interested.
Your father's like, no, you don't understand. She is a dragon. A very powerful dragon. You're a kobold. You're second class to her. By entering a marriage with her, you are now her property. She can dictate your life now. I'm in the same position with your mother. Meaning she can take on more to add to the harem if she chooses. Luckily, got the stuff and your mom didn't need others.
That's got to be on the list of things you never want to hear from your old man.
You know, that's okay. all
Your
right.
father's like,
Luckily,
your father
Maggie
pats you on
taught
the
me how to
shoulder.
do
Is like,
that one trick.
hey, I can give you advice to keep her pleasured so you never have to worry about competition.
I'm gonna pretend you never said that. Perhaps over a drink when I am completely inebriated, but not now.
This guy's like, fuck!
Are you sure you're not partly a bard?
He's like, you live hanging around with enough women to rub off you in some way.
That crazy?
Crazy? Jeez, you are worse than you're worse than what was the other one's name? Not Quinn, Quinn's brother?
Bank.
Bank. You're worse than Bank.
So he gets like, what? What?
And he Donald Ducks it all the time.
I'm an emperor. I can speak however I want.
Former emperor. You
Fuck.
died, remember?
I'm denied. Or, I'm retired. Your mother's just like, yep. Now we can try to make more.
You know that everyone's gonna have a lot of questions for each member of the family, right? And they're gonna be coming for everyone for advice.
Oh, we're prepared for dinner. This is just like, I see different timelines in the future. I think I'm rather prepared for questions. Your dad looks over and says, no manipulating them, though. Family sharing emotional scarring information.
You have to teach me a couple of things, because
To
I am.
steal a line from one of my favorite games, she had the flexibility. I had the reach.
I mean, he's this tall and she's up there something.
I'm gonna have to learn a lot more. You know, you and I are gonna be spending a lot of training together in the battle room.
Seagut's like, he's like, sometimes it's best to not put faith in currently alive gods. Maybe you should go unearth one.
What do you mean?
Sometimes current gods aren't trustworthy, and especially dragon gods.
Are you saying that Bahamut is not a good god? 'Cause he's done nothing but greatness.
He's a dragon, like the rest of us. He's selfish as fuck. He's pompous, he's arrogant, he's a dragon.
Who's saying this, Seagate or is
Seagate.
Wow.
He's like, I love the guy, I worship the guy, but we've had a very candid conversation about how arrogant he is and his demands.
How are you still standing here?
He's like, I'm too stubborn to die, apparently. And I have something more powerful than a god backing me up.
I mean, you did kind of die, though.
Yeah, then me and Bahamut sat down, had a very fun talk. Guess what? I showed up on his doorstep. I'm like, I've been a loyal servant my entire life to you. I even came to you after I worshipped your wife. Apparently using wife was the wrong term to use. Ex-wife. And he forbid me to enter the temple for the rest of my days.
I only know of 2 other dragon deities.
There's more out there, but the only person that had that information is dead, unless you can do a science with Crier Bell.
Maybe not. I know someone that does know quite a bit. I know of course, Bahamut and Tiamat, and of course, Sealand, and apparently a lesser-known nameless dragon god of debauchery. But that's it.
Well, the lesser-known god of debauchery for dragons had the largest harem of dragons ever imagined, apparently. They were slain because they were pulling every dragon under their banner, and, well, let's just say the ego of dragons got involved in the bedroom. And when you have that many dragons in a bedroom,
are kind of remarkably arrogant, apparently.
your mother's like, well, I still stand by the fact I did the right thing.
Well, is there anything you would like to do while here in the city, since you are back?
Here, Jada is making dinner, so we better not be late or she's going to have our ass.
There.
So, as you guys head off for the house, Mongo, you're with your parents in the library.
First things first, I'd probably try to talk to Dad.
All right. Your mom you can have your mom step out, and your dad's sitting there, and he's like,
So, this has been interesting, hasn't it?
safe to say there was a lot of things to air over a very spicy day. Did Did you know that they actually voted to do what they did to me in private paperwork?
He told me. Which is why I'm asking two things right now.
Did you know that Joel and Brigitta said no? And Volpar as well?
That I did not.
And that the others were undecided?
So if a few were undecided and a few said no, how the fuck did it happen?
A certain evil mustachio falsifies.
Well, as far as I know, to do that, you would have had to have had help from some of the others.
Nika is the only one that actually agreed to it. And that's because she felt she had to.
And it still fucking happened with a bunch of people saying no, maybe not. But yet it happened.
He's like, look, I've aired things out with all. It's a big, big problem. But I'm willing to start afresh and let things go under the bridge. They've all promised to testify at my trial. Fucking chat. Regarding the dragons, the bedroom must have been welcome to the Thunderdome.
Oh, wow.
Cheers, dude. Oh.
So your father looks at you and he's like, well, go ahead and speak your mind.
Chris, promise me that you're not gonna try to charm your way out of this. I
Me?
need you to, yes, you, I need honesty from you. If something's bothering you about this, I need to know. Don't just tell me everything's fine because you think it will make everything fine.
We spent hours in that meeting room discussing things. And there was a lot of ass kissing on their part to me. I love good ass kissings. Figuratively and literally.
Don't
So am I
Mom's
for
gonna
Mongo?
know that.
There are some questions you will never know the answers. That way you can sleep at night.
He's like, I once met a bard. Their specialty spell was the Brown Eye Express. I never actually asked them what that entailed, but I didn't really want to know.
I don't want to know.
What the fuck?
He's like, apparently the material component was corn.
What the fuck?
You need a Guinness over there, bud.
I think he needs brain bleach.
I'm stronger than Guinness.
This man pure Everclear.
Oh god, no. I tried that once. I
Oh,
drank
there-
it objected.
There you go. A 50-50 shot of Everclear and tequila.
Fuck off!
All right, look, we're trying to help him, not kill him.
I'm good with just some decent vodka.
The man smells vodka and he becomes inebriated.
Good vodka
So-
doesn't really have a smell.
No, it doesn't. It's actually kind of sweet. So yes, your father's like, okay. that's where we stand. I'm a lot more informed about the whole situation. And I would really, really love the fact of you guys killing Mustachio.
Yeah, I already had a conversation with Kyan some months ago. Make sure nobody's eavesdropping. Her and I will not hesitate. Scav Nikolai. Scav will try to save him, Nikolai will try to fix him. Kyan and I are going to kill him.
Well, hey, you sounded about as fucked up as the rest of us. Welcome to the Obscura, son. So your mom's back.
Yeah. Didn't see that shit coming.
Foresee the best or the worst things coming. Why don't we bring this up in? I'm sure you got a few questions. We're apparently making sandwiches in your sleep.
Yeah,
Which I am
that.
so jealous of, because there's always a morning sandwich is the best thing immediately 6 o'clock.
Yeah, apparently I get quite happy about that.
You get that from my son.
Yeah, apparently I started like kind of lean back and do the mimic the kicking thing, and like apparently I kicked Coin a few times while I was eating said sandwich.
And, at least wizards can precipitate the crumbs away. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, your mom comes back in along with Coin, and she shoves
Sonny?
Coin out of the room. And she's like, nope, private matter. Coin's like,
Yeah, I'm getting the door for Coin. He's coming in.
Coin's like, but I brought drinks for everyone. He's having dreamies. She hands you a drink, and it's a dark chocolate white Russian. And they're actually really good. Properly done, they're really good.
And they're good enough for the dude, so.
So, yeah, your mom's like, she just sits there and she just looks as adorable as she ever does.
Well, this is the first time I've ever seen her, so.
Well, yeah, like that super fluffy white and those vibrant blue eyes. She looks over at you. Longo, want to see something interesting? This is something me and your dad kind of did. Where the library was a place of power for us. She takes a book off and she.
Oh.
Hey, whoa, hey, not a bard.
Dad's told me some things.
Yeah, it's best that we don't count the areas in which we did promiscuous things. We've been.
I'm scared to know what that room looks like with the black.
Look, there's just a few famous monuments within the world that have been graced. Not true sight zone.
Ain't Coin getting ideas.
Wayne just looks over. Anyway, she takes a book down and she's like, if she opens it up to a page and she reads the enchantment on it, she pulls a bottle of alcohol out of the page. We hid all sorts of objects within these books. What?
How?
Oh, right. Creation wizard stuff. Yeah, I infused the books with enchantments to basically hold items in suspended stop me if I'm going too fast.
Look, up to a couple of days ago, I thought Sonny was the only one who could fucking do it.
Oh, yeah. The problem with us, the ones that can just create things, and, well, apparently you've inherited some of that. We have something that we naturally create within things, and, well, yeah, so we naturally create things, like one specific thing. We just kind of nonchalantly, mentally creates it, and, well, mine is precious gemstones. Yours apparently is sandwiches, which she gives a glance over your phone. Don't know what Sunny said. She hasn't said anything about it.
Could be lava-based dungeon windows. I'm not sure. She may have,
Maggie's like, and Jules like, actually, I'll bring that up over dinner. We're calling in a favor.
yeah, there was a certain condescending elf that Sunny and I kind of came across whose plant-based familiar decided I was a snack. Literally.
Your father's like, first time? Not a first time.
Yeah, so as the plant is trying to digest me, I have to blast my way out. And,
Jules like, I still remember the time that me and your father were roamed into a village of lizard folk, and they were trying to fight over who got to eat us first. They ended up killing each other, and we just kind of knocked it out and walked on.
good plan. And then after certain insults, look at coin, were exchanged that I didn't know she had learned.
They both look at Coin, and Coin's like,
What would it?
what?
Do you have to teach her all of the insults? Especially the, pull out dagger and hold by ear.
Your father goes, oh, no, don't do that. Won't do that to an elf.
Yeah, they decided the best way to resolve said issue was with a duel. So Cindy proceeded in taking off her wristbands and necklace and encasing said elf in a gelatinous cube made of lava.
Your mom's like, that's kind of hot.
And then yeeted him out the city.
Mars. Coin's like, look, we just went through the basic alphabet of insults. We haven't even got to the really spicy things yet.
Oh.
Like, for example, she looks over at Maggie. You're a trash receptacle for a floating meatball. All the shit he doesn't want ends up in your mouth. And he's like, oh!
Proud of her.
Coin's like, I'm not even warmed up yet.
But, in case I have a fucking nightmare, how do I make sure I don't, like, conjure up something more dangerous than a sandwich?
Jules like, oh, don't worry, it's your subconscious call for sandwiches. It's ingrained. It won't be. Although
I'm affected at heart.
there is a probable chance that it might actually be a carnivorous sandwich that's trying to eat you, but then you just eat it in return. Shut who's boss.
So if I wake up at bad mood and she asks what's eating you, I reply a sandwich, we'll know what's going on.
Potentially. So, you guys are able to meet up with the rest of the family as you guys come to the dinner. Unless you have another question.
there's really no good way to ask, so I'll just go ahead and blurt this out awkwardly. How the fuck did that shit with the house happen?
Yeah, that was a mistake. Jules, like, we fucked up. Yeah, we understand how much we fucked up. We had a lot of time in the afterlife to contemplate that. And it's unforgivable, and we had a long talk with Maggie about it, and Maggie vented quite a bit about that. There's a lot of details that we were unprivy to about that situation. As far as we knew, that he was just going to be living in that house completely rent-free and just peacefully, not tortured.
Performing things.
We have a lot of making up to do.
Which, by the way, the disposal of that house, you should thank Corn's husband.
Oh, they're such a wonderful people.
Yeah, no, he took one look at that thing and obliterated it.
Oh, he's such a gentleman.
He was unhappy about what had happened to him.
Joel grabs your cheeks. Look, we've all been yelled at quite a bit from Maggie. We don't need it from you, too. He walked on the table. He doesn't walk on the table often, unless he's really angry.
Yeah, that seems he did one as soon as he met us.
Then he was really angry about something.
400 years of torture would probably do that.
Well, yeah. Let's go get food. Brigitta's cooking. I don't know if I'm going to survive this. Maggie, you got anything to keep me alive from her cooking? He's like, it's not that bad, it's just hearty. She's like, I'm fragile. Look at me. I'm built for cute, not endurance.
Well, apparently we have to go to the Burning Temperament.
Ooh. That's gonna be fun.
Got a couple questions for Scouts, Mom, regarding that.
Ask her over dinner. Maggie's like, do it. Embarrass the bitch. Stupid fucking dragon.
Just wondering if there's any other family members that I should look up while we're there.
Not really. We didn't really make any accomplices in the burning temperament. Or
I
anything.
thought I heard there was a granddad out there, barbarian wizard.
Ooh, Poppy. Yeah, you don't want to go stirring him up. He's about as wily as a jackrabbit and a rattlesnake's child. Last time, I think, your dad looks over, yeah, last time we saw him, he was hunting his shadow thinking it was a spy.
So Munchkin feeling about doing the same in their old ages?
More paranoid than you.
Look, there are fucking spells to make shadows do shit, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. Can't always be fucking trusted.
So, as you guys set the table
Fucking call me paranoid.
with your
No shit like that,
mom,
please.
Cayenne, the family starts coming in. Everybody starts
How-
filing in.
How many times have I cut myself helping her?
A few.
Okay.
And she's like, it's fine, darling. We'll eat into the meal and add some extra spice to it.
I probably would have bled into some of it without even really thinking.
That's not the most rude fucking thing ever said at the table. I don't know what is.
Osling comes in with a loofah and She actually looks a lot more put together. Just I threw whatever on I had to be here in a storm,
Mm.
and you can tell that she's gotten kind of fashion tips from Lumion to help her understand how to dress properly.
Still in the colors of darkness, as is her calling, but
Yeah,
dressed more appropriate for public.
yeah, like
Less scary.
the dark leathers and the velvets and stuff are a pure contrast to her white skin.
Looks more
At least no
Tim
one's gonna do
Burton-esque.
Yeah,
At least no one's going to do sudden double takes that they're seeing double anymore.
and you can. Yeah, she has all her scars visible, but they kind of actually add to like the weird gothic beauty that she has.
Going full on Edward Scissorhands.
And she just comes over and gives you a hug.
I'd be giving her a hug back.
And she looks over and she's like, Mother, Father. And she goes and takes her seat.
Before she would have sat down, I would have told her that she looks very nice.
She just smiles, and it's unnerving when she smiles at this point because of what she is. And she's like, I need to work on that.
You'll get it in time. Practice makes perfect. Or
Aloof was like, we have been practicing. She broke a mirror.
as I said, it takes time. Practice makes perfect. Sometimes you have to practice for a very long time to get things right. I'm still practicing my patience. We'll see how that goes.
Your dad's like, alcohol helps.
The training dummy helps too. Sometimes a little too well.
Your father's
Fuck
like,
that training
wait,
dummy.
the dummy's still around? Oh, I can't wait. Wait, I'm not a god anymore. I'm gonna die. This makes it more exhilarating.
We have options to bring you back.
Res on standby. And your mother is like, Oliver, find your fucking seat. We're having dinner.
You can spar at a different time. This is food time.
Oliver's like, ma'am? And he sits down very begrudgingly. And you hear of this bickering back and forth as you guys come into the kitchen area.
Oh.
Fuck the
long
training
table.
dummy, that piece of shit.
I'm going to be helping Brigitta set the table up.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit until she does.
As everybody takes a seat, and she looks around at everybody, especially the children, and she's like, at my dinner table, you will have proper manners, or I will be hitting you violently. Understood? Your mom's like, I would take the advice and accept it and do it as she says.
I understand.
Of that violence and temper.
Lumion comes in and he sits down a few bottles of wine. He's like, I had to pick these up. Festivities.
Thank you.
And he comes over and he kisses you on the forehead, and all of your wounds just disappear from all the various nicks and cuts from dinner.
Thank you, honey.
He just looks at you. Second to last minute or last dinner. And he pulls out the seat for you to get company. And the house is accommodating where it sounds weird, but seats designed for centaurs where they can just kind of like loaf on them comfortably or
So more of like
comfortably.
a pad for them to just.
Yeah,
Why do I see just like
Release
a
the weight
sawhorse
off of her feet.
with a
Yeah.
cushion?
Yeah.
it's kind of like a bench with a cushion. Pretty comfy for you to sit on.
I think it's like the mix of a cushion, but it like bows down,
Yeah.
and it's like a folding chair, but it's for the length of a centaur, so they could essentially lay down like a dog, but that's how they sit.
So Surmir follows in after Kippa. You're there. You've heard the bickering amongst the family already, and
What is going on in here?
you heard the stern warning from Brigitta about her dinner.
Understood, ma'am.
And Brigitta looks over as Kippa comes in late with Surmir, and she's like, "And you, I don't have to tell you how to eat because you probably already know. So it's fair." And
Yeah,
Kippa's
I'm helping Mother with putting the food out.
and Kippa just sits down and she's like, "Yeah, I was in the meeting with all of you talking business." Surmir's like, he's still noticeably on edge, but he's a bit more relaxed, but it's that typical half relaxed that he does because he's always in service of Kippa, and that's his priority. It's like he's gonna stab or slice or turn somebody inside out if he has to at a moment's notice. His relaxed is no chill.
Except when he's gotten drunk.
And Ithos looks over at Kippa and is like, "Still hiding, are we?" And Kippa just kind of looks over and just looks her up and down, and she's like, "Yeah." And years back from the dead. Don't fuck things up for a second time for the rest of us.
Damn.
Yeah, I think I'll chime in. I think Kippa might be making a good decision.
Maggie's like, "Sure as fuck better later than the rest of us." Hey, look, she got us all back to the table without murdering each other. That's pretty amazing. Pretty sure that yesterday's meeting was going to be a bloodbath, but hey, here we are.
It was gonna come very close on our side.
Wolbar's like, "Just no, we don't do any sort of prayers for food at the table because we have gods present. So we need to be respectful of that."
Okay.
And Brigitta just looks over and she's like, "First of all, go fuck yourself. Second of all, we're gonna thank Mother Nature for the meal because she rules above gods." And Holbar's like, "That's fair." Kippa's like, "Fair."
I see no problem here with that.
Cayenne knows better than to go against what her mom is saying, so it's like, I'm not saying anything."
And Brigitta looks over in the direction of Scav as she's pouring wine for everybody. And she's like, "Hi, boy,
Yes.
you follow in the footsteps of your father.
What do you mean?
A whore for every god that comes along." And he just almost spits his wine out. It's like, Oliver's like,
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that.
Oliver's like,
You can pretend all you want, brother, but it was said. It was fun.
Holvar looks over. He's like, "Oi, what flavor of shit is on the month this time?"
I think Cayenne is just kind of looking to Osling and snickering to herself.
Osling's like, You can see a little bit of pink in her face, and she's like, everybody just looks over at Osling.
Mom, there might be a little bit of truth in what you just said.
She looks over at you again as she's pouring wine for Manga.
I'm just drinking my drink, minding my own business.
Oh
Osling's like,
wait, I did tell Kippa about it, didn't I?
yeah.
Okay, making sure.
Yeah, Osling just looks over and is like, yes, Gav. Pledging allegiance to me.
In fairness, this is before I know about your divinity.
She puts a finger on the table, and you can see her drag her nail across the table, leaving a mark. And you just see a laceration appear across your arm.
Look back at her. Really?
I own no part of you until the debt is paid. And she just wipes the table, and the wound goes away.
I'm aware that was already paid when the Beatty had already said it when we fought the Horcrux.
Oh no, it's not paid until you die.
Oh, by the way,
But
if I
then
had to get a chance,
I-
Austin, thank you for helping.
Huh.
That's right. Scab did die.
You see her look perplexed a little bit, and she's like, "All right,
Yeah.
forgive me until things are a bit scrambled.
Yeah.
Right?
You didn't have to be so rude to Carl. It was kind of cool.
Everybody's just kind of looking at Osling. Look, I hadn't been merged with myself at that point. So, let's just say that I have a temper.
No!
You don't say.
You don't say.
Your father's like, as Maggie would say, he slaps his hand on the table. Oh, shut.
The temper's mildly
Temper runs
putting
in
it.
the female blood of your family, it seems.
Colbar's like, to be fair, sir, female centaurs tend to run our society.
Ah.
We do all the hunting and killing, and they tend to run everything back home. You don't tend to fuck with them if you want to keep your balls intact.
You know,
Matriarch.
Or your
sounds like a good
spines where
idea.
they're supposed to stay.
Gee, remember the scare with an anger problem.
Jules like, I don't have an anger problem.
Okay.
That's not
Kind
what
of
we
look right
heard.
at her.
Like that sideways look.
Heard something
That's an
about a
honest thing to
god
say.
that was like, like forgotten.
Everybody instantly looks at Jewel, and she's like,
Couldn't hear that? What was that?
nothing. Might have accidentally deleted a god.
How does one accident? You know, I don't know.
And you see, you guys get a glance at Lumion looking over at her like, right. And Lufa's like, this is rather energetic of a dinner.
This is weird. It's like having multiple versions of ourselves all together in one spot. There's too much of us here. I now understand where everybody get their personalities from.
Hopefully we can save what's left of my father's soul and he can join us someday.
And you see to your corner, Nick is like, and things can go back to how they were. Everything in its proper place.
Not going back to how it was.
The future is now. Times have changed.
Yeah, that hurts you probably a lot more.
Back then, there was an awful lot of fucking
Knowing what
problems.
she's
Maybe
been
this time
through.
we can get it right.
It needs to be done right. We fix mistakes. Right the wrongs. If your father can be redeemed, if there's any shred left, hopefully there is.
It's not wrong.
But that's just it.
Kippa just sits there and she taps her hand on the table. Before I dismiss the business and we get on to the pleasures of dinner, have you made your choice if you're going to try and save him or just do as the rest of the family does and end it?
I can't really answer that. I don't quite understand what was said, what was spoken about, or what Humphrey said about why we're taking back. I don't quite understand exactly what that means. If we destroy his copy, does that destroy what's left of my father, and there's nothing to bring back?
Lumion crosses his arms
Trapped?
a little bit, and then he reaches over and he takes a little bit of food.
Brother,
So,
whatever choice you make, I'll stand by your side.
Lumion looks over. Shut up. The adults are speaking. So, Nikolai, from what I understand of the magic that was woven with this monstrosity, you're aware that it's of a necromantic nature of having horcruxes or cruxes. That it's yes, that it has fragments of itself spread all over the different realms, realm of life, earth, whatever you want to call it. Times names change, whatever. However, it seems that one of those core pieces is actually a part of your father's soul. So this thing has consumed a portion of your father, and your father is imprisoned, from my understanding, until it is abolished. So if you truly want to free your father, there's only one path forward.
So,
But from my advice is based off of the things that I see at this table and the responses physically given by those of days past, do you really want to let the genie out of the bottle?
look, I don't think my father had much opportunity to learn from his I self have had that benefit of being able to learn from mistakes. I think my father was in a guarded position where there was little to correct his path.
Jewel looks over at Nika.
I do know that though my father may have gone about certain things in a non-pleasant way, from what I understand that Mother has just shared with me about people, that is more of a learned response than a natural response.
Brigida looks over and she's like, all's well, Nikolai. However, there's been multiple opportunities when we had our adventuring days behind us. Conflicts and such would arise, and we would, go about it as a group. But no, your father was always the standout in those conversations, saying, no, I will find a better way. I will do things on my own. And then he would go and meddle as a moon mouse does, leaving us to wonder what the hell he's up to. There's a lot of plans he didn't include us in, and we were only included in plans where we were instruments. But he was part of the group, so carry on, cheerio, we respected that. Happy fun times, until we all met our ends.
A mistake. Who at the time clearly had given father his first lesson. His first hard lesson.
Sigurd looks over. Your father became infatuated with necromancy once he learned about it. We recommended that he destroy such things and, carry on with life and don't meddle in the dark arts. But he did. No offense, Osling. And she's like, none taken.
It's clearly evident that necromancy is neither good nor evil. It's just used in good or evil ways.
Osling's like, being the expert on the necromancy stuff, your father fucked up.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
So an uninformed mistake dooms a man.
Technically a mouse.
Is that Manny or is that Gavin?
Osling looks over. When the deed is done, with whatever this thing is, because I can't even make purchase on it because it's such a monstrosity, I will judge your father as I see fit. Clear? He will be weighed and measured in my court, and I will give him a fair trial.
I think that because of his royal fuck-ups that he should have the ability to tinker away. Should have that ability taken away if he's redeemed. Simple as that.
Olvar's like, so the same thing that Nika had to deal with.
Which I appreciate you guys trying to help her. But I don't know that you understand the trauma.
Then
I
how
can
about you
agree-
enlighten us?
Help us to understand.
I was getting to it. I can agree to your terms, Osling, as long as there is an understanding, an agreement that, as for your future brother-in-law, that sometimes bad things have to be done for greater good. And if that can be understood and agreed upon, and I can be present at the trial myself to weigh in, I can agree to it.
Nikolai.
He's like,
Just
"I'm
shoved
comfortable."
everything over like 2 feet. My God, Cat. And she looks over at Nikolai. But this is an affair between me, a goddess, and a soul.
understand that.
If this is my realm, this is how things are done. I'm giving you a peek behind the curtain.
I understand that. Though I understand that, I do also understand that there are other gods. Do you own authority over his soul, or should his God be present, at least as an advocate?
She's like, do you
Trying
want
to
me
understand this.
Okay. Say there's a library, Nikolai. Theoretically, a library. Simple enough to understand. In mortal terms.
Okay.
And say somebody checked out his soul. Like a book. It has yet to be returned, so therefore it's kind of gotten lost in the paper.
Okay.
Nobody's claimed it. Well, there's one god that tried to claim it, but I claimed it first. We're currently a little at odds with that.
Okay.
So therefore, I currently have possession and ownership of your father's soul. I decide what happens to it in the afterlife. Yes, you will have to walk through my realm and deal with the trials and tribulations of going through one of the 9 hells.
Mm-hmm.
However, once he reaches my gates, he will go on trial before me, and I will judge him fairly and equally like any other soul. There is no mortality of sights here given.
We've seen the things that you've done. Heard of it. Of course it was wrong, so. Suppose how exactly God claims a soul upon somebody who's not worshipped. Don't understand. Or not worshipping.
Seriously, Fatso?
Worshipping someone opposed to him in that circle. That is
No, he
beyond
doesn't
my
worship me. My followers are very eclectic.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop gods from claiming ownership on souls. I've laid claim on it since it's been so vacant.
Interesting. And because I do trust you, I do trust that you will make a fair decision. I do trust that the decision will be made under the understanding that bad things have to be done for the greater good sometimes, and that sometimes the most pragmatic thing, though may be unsavory, is not evil. And that's what I was trying to get to with regards to what happened. It was all done off of pragmatism, an evaluation of the best result for all. Yeah. Sometimes 1 million people have to die to save 20 million.
Holvar's like,
Do we let all 21 million die?
Holvar's like, let's not talk about past losses like that. Brings
It's
up
just-
too many. Hey, it brings up a lot of old memories, bud. And Osling looks over at you, and she's like, and she speaks to you in the common language you share. It's the celestial language that you would understand now.
You just understand.
And she's like, we need to talk to you about you and your Lady of Blood. She's like, gods can't worship gods.
Yeah.
I'll explain it later. It's complicated because I can't worship gods either now. And I've had to learn that.
So I turn over to Mother and ask her, can I share what you've told me about how you and so that we all have a understanding.
And she just looks over at you and she's like, "You've assumed control." And Brigida stands up at this
No
comment.
one is controlling you, Mother.
And she slams her hand down and she's like, "Boy!" And she points to her steak knife at you. "If you so much as, we will have stew with you."
I don't know where she's getting this from. She wouldn't proceed to be what she wants to be. I asked her to, and she made a comment of, "Are you going to control me like your father?" And I said, "Well, if that's what it takes, yes. Mother, be yourself." That's all I said. You are free to be yourself. I am not in control of you. But apparently, that is not a truth. I don't
Okay.
understand.
Cheyenne's gonna stand up and is going to look with daggers toward Nikolai.
Look,
You need to learn how to fucking understand trauma and trauma responses.
look, this is very simple, Nikolai. There's an adage in our tribes, right? I want you to adopt one, okay?
Okay.
You agree upon these terms, yes?
It depends on what you're talking about.
Well, it's freeing a slave. It's a term to free a slave.
Yes, okay, sure.
Cool.
Whatever it takes to free someone who's enslaved, I'm happy to participate.
Okay, then we're freeing a slave right now. Holvar just face palms. She's like, "Oh, she's grown up and become so feisty. It makes me." Oh. Everybody's like,
Father, we are doing fucking none of that.
he's like, "No, no."
If y'all want to get rough and rowdy in the hay later, please do far away from me and my sister and the rest of the table.
Anyway, she walks around the table. She's like, "All right, this is very easy. Very easy process, okay? You will understand it.
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever it takes to free the binds that my mother has, I'm for it.
It's a very simple
Don't
thing
you
to
have
do.
to explain it, just do it.
Okay. She takes a piece of twine.
Mm-hmm.
She puts it around Brigitta's neck very gently. Ties it. She takes a small steak knife that's the size of your hands, puts it in your hand.
Puts it in my hand?
Yep.
Okay.
And she gives you a piece of bread in the other hand.
Okay.
This is very simple, Nikolai. You cut the rope around her neck and you tell her that she is free. You offer her the knife, you offer the bread. That's how we do it in our culture.
Offer the knife and the bread?
Yes, place it upon her hands, much like they are in yours, and that is a signification that they are free. They are no longer a slave, they are free to do with their own will. Do you understand this?
Yes.
I'm not asking you. You clearly understand this. I'm asking her.
Oh.
And she just nods and she's like, "Okay." And she looks to you. "Carry on."
Okay. I cut the twine. And then I properly hand... No, I'm not going to cut the twine. I'm going to untie the twine.
No, you must cut it.
Let's cut it.
It
It's kind of
signifies
violent.
that you have cut the binds between you and her
Oh, okay. All right,
as
sure.
owner and slave.
Symbolism is not my thing, but okay.
You
I
agreed?
will do so.
Good.
I will cut the twine, and then I will reposition the knife for the proper way you're supposed to hand a knife to someone, and hand her the bread.
She takes
All
them
you
from you.
told me to do. So
Now, she looks over to your mom. Now, cut his palm and make him bleed to the soil to agree with Mother Nature that you are a free mouse. She's like,
not even gonna try to flinch. I'm
She-
gonna try to not flinch.
she cuts your hand and she's like, and turn Your palm.
Yeah. This or
Yes. It is now agreed upon Mother Nature that she is now free from you.
Excellent.
We have all bared witness to this. Nika is now free of Nikolai.
And father isn't alive. There should be no control over you for him.
Yeah, she just looks very perplexed and she's like, what's the bread for?
I don't understand some of those either, mother.
Brigitta's like, the bread is very simple, darling. It's for the sheer fact that you're now free and you have a substance to keep you alive while you find your way.
Oh, okay. How long am I supposed to live?
I almost thought the player almost thought that it was going to be symbolism of the bread being broken between Anika and Nikolai as they broke bread in peace.
Yeah, that would make sense too. Yeah.
That's what I almost thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would make perfect sense too.
Now you guys actually found out one of the Centaur traditions. Another one for you.
Yep.
And she looks over at you.
Trying to pump out as much blood as I can.
You don't let it all go to waste.
You're making a mess, Nikolai.
It just needs to
Like-
be a little bit, not the whole lot.
Well, you didn't clarify that. And if I had to die for my mother to be free from binds, I would have.
Over's like, don't tempt her, she'll take you there.
If it's necessary.
And everybody sits down back at the table, I'm assuming, to eat dinner. Nikolai,
Yeah.
your mom reaches over, she wraps your hand gently in a piece of cloth.
Thank you.
Osling's like, hey, I learned.
Mm-hmm.
Bolvar's like, oh, by the way, we don't keep slaves anymore. Your mom abolished that from the tribes.
Why was it a thing to begin
What?
with?
Why was this a thing to begin with?
Which
That's just like
asshole
a-
do I need to beat to Osling's realm and back?
Osling just looks over like, why my realm?
So you can beat the shit out of them. We can take turns.
Aren't you like the divine being of vengeance and death? It's kind of like your realm of expertise, right?
Proper vengeance. Scabbard. Proper. It's... Look. Goddess of vengeance. Of the rightful. Not out of hate. Well, granted there is a bit of hate in there, but not greed. That makes sense? Setting wrongs to right.
Well, you're with the right group because there's a lot of fucking wrongs that we have to do. Looking
Kip is
over at
like-
the parents.
Kippa just kind of his face palming like this. I hate blood.
Oh, sorry, Kippa.
Here,
So
are
just
you
out
okay?
of curiosity, if somebody is like really, really wrong, are you gonna send like a raven to help them out? Face paint. I'm gonna get hurt.
Yeah, you should.
You are
You
within
deserve to.
Stabbing distance, my friend. You are pushing the limits. Dear, are you okay? You look
Fine.
squeamish.
And Ithos looks over. Wait. You're squeamish of blood and you're a fucking dragon.
Yeah, I'm so tempted to use my character's natural ability of fearlessness to go, tell it, shut the fuck up. Stop picking on Kippa.
Kippa's like, I'm primarily a vegetarian. And that's the first time you've all heard that.
Oh,
Because you love bear meat.
Yeah.
hence the use
they-
of the word primarily.
True.
Look, there's a few foods I really love, but it was just like,
I always did find it very odd that despite being squeamish, hunting is still one of your favorite activities.
look, dear, I'm discovering my culture, what I am, and where people stand. On go?
So, I know he keeps going on that kobolds are dragons, but she's saying that you just clarification, if that's okay with you.
It was like, okay, dragon, medium-sized dragon, like Dragonborn. They're the medium class. Pseudo dragons, coin dragons, plant dragons are all wee dragons. Then you have normal dragons and their range of things. And then you have the celestial and the demonic dragons above them. That's where we fall. We have more options available to us in how we appear, more so than even dragons.
So, you're
Significantly larger than I appear in the state? Yes.
top tier.
Yes. Which means I have more follies than other dragons as well.
This is stuff you're still learning, though.
Yes.
So, you know what? One of these days, once you kind of get everything taken care of, I would love to know exactly which kind.
She just nods a bit.
When you're ready.
As far as I'm aware, my kind is basically extinct.
So, like, are your parents and your brother?
As they've abandoned what they are and they can't ever find their path. I've hinted at it with my mother and father. They refuse to believe any of the things that I propose to them. And as many times as I send out people to look for my brother, he's dropped off the face of the planet.
Still concerns me in the way it would enact it.
Okay, break it down the to-do list.
It's probably best if we leave him alone for now.
Didn't say go and hunt the fucker. Just said
Usually when you resort to the
Sir
to-do
Mir
list,
pipes up and he's like, hunt?
No, nobody's hunting.
It was like, no.
Just at some point in time, we just may want to go and check in on him, just to make sure. You know, visit the same tavern that he's in, just keep an ear out, and then just go on about it.
Jifo,
there.
have you actually made efforts to use new abilities and skills that you've learned, understanding yourself, to find them outside of conventional means?
I've been using a lot of my resources to keep track of him and he just disappeared.
There's no spells that you can use to ping them, to find them?
I visited the Magic City.
They can't find them?
They can't locate him either.
See, has he come to see you? You shared this.
Oslin's like, nope. She looks over at her sister. You?
No.
Yeah, well, that's posted coin covered.
I find it hard to believe that there's some tower out there that even the Magic City can't. Did they, like, refuse to look, or just tell you they tried and couldn't find it?
I called in a few favors. Nothing turned up.
Yeah, Okay, you know that spell that I have that lets me, like, track down certain items within a certain range?
Uh-huh.
Depending on who you use, they can pump in more information, so then something like that, more power, much bigger range.
Yeah, I get it.
Not necessarily restricted to an object, but to an entire person.
Okay.
So depending on how much those who did it decided to pump in is going to determine the area on which they were able to look.
I don't think Mustachio got a hold.
That's what I'm worried.
Hippo looks over. Don't you fucking say that about my
Sorry.
I was just only worried again. It's a fair question.
It is a fair question. It's one I've considered over many hours.
It's as
Because if Mustachio did get a hold of my brother, and if he is working with Mustachio, well, the order's clear. Kill him. And, Maggie's like, well, that's one way to deal with a family member that's gone rogue. Dragons, everybody! Is that clear? No hesitation, no questions. Make him show up on Oslin's doorstep. Or Cayenne's.
Got some mushrooms that could easily get him to talk and explain things.
It's also the possibility he may not even be in this plane of existence anymore.
Again, with the right spell, depending on how much power is pumped in, to be able to check in there. He may not be able to know exactly where he is in the realm, but at least if he's in the realm.
True. It also comes down to whether or not there's any divine beings or profane. There are gods, but there's also a hierarchy. As powerful as both Oslin and Cayenne are, there's still things out there even stronger than them. And that extends even to Bahamut and Tiamat. There are beings more powerful than them. Who knows?
And Oslin looks over at, Lumion as you say people more powerful than gods.
So there's nothing saying that he's in trouble, just that his whereabouts are currently unknown.
I just find it hard to believe that the Magic City can't just find someone.
It would take something really powerful to prevent
Depends
that.
on how much how far they go. Just because you're in the Magic City doesn't necessarily mean that you're all powerful. I mean, hell, they let me walk around there once or twice.
Your mom smacks you upside the head as you take a bite. And then she flicks your ear. You're going to mind yourself. You come from a very privileged and powerful family, and you are of power.
Right.
He looks over at your father. You still know that one spell. And he's like, that spell. And he kind of stretches and he wiggles his little
Wait
paws.
a minute.
What?
wait, Pop.
Oh, wait, I'm your
Aren't you
father.
not
I don't have
supposed
to
to
listen
right
to you.
now?
I need you to make a reflex save.
I guess you do technically get a +3.
Wait, like, so Maggie's like doing spell semantics?
He's found a certain way around. They're forbidding him to do wizard
Oh,
spells.
it just
Bard
happens to be a bard
spell.
spell as well.
Yeah. So, make a reflex save there. Dexterity.
Against my father.
Yeah. You can certainly try and hit a natural 20 if you're lucky.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Suddenly you're just like,
I'm not. My screen's not even on, but I rolled a fucking 4. I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
didn't make it.
So
You're
before
probably
you
sure
can
need to get at least plus 10.
before you can get up from the table and get away from your father and react, suddenly mage hands appear and they all grab each of your nipples and twist them. All in different directions.
Why is my father doing this?
So now
And
here's,
he's like-
here's the
I'm
question.
so uncomfortable right now.
Here's,
And Joel's like, that's a good one. Just keep in mind, every time you put yourself down, mage hands.
Didn't put myself down.
Your inflection said otherwise, son.
how'd you say it like that?
I stated him said it was the greatest one walking around.
Now sit down and eat your mashed potatoes.
Your mashed taters, precious.
If
Your
you're gonna
mashed
fucking do that, at least you can do is
potatoes.
get the voices right.
Oh my god. That's too spot on.
Don't get me
So,
started.
dinner comes to an end, and you're able to each go off in your own directions,
And nothing was fun.
and
You don't have to have a food fight every meal. Like, geez, that would just get boring after a while. Very obnoxious.
so post dinner, you're able to go off in 2 different directions. We're gonna do a few different things here. You're able to talk to Osling about what she brought up.
Yup.
So go ahead, as you guys are in private.
What should I do? Like, should I just speak to her and explain, hey, so this happened?
She looks over at you and she's like, okay, so you know how, well, we're gods now, so we can't worship other gods. It overly complicates things. But we can enter alliance with other gods. So therefore, you can enter an alliance with the Lady of Blood and then essentially be within her circle, and she would be within your circle.
Networking.
Yes.
We'd basically be pen pals, but on a more professional level?
Yeah, you'd actually be able to talk to her a bit more.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense for Osling to network with the Lady of Blood because, truth and honesty, truth. Absolute truth,
Yeah.
In deity?
Be like, hey, come visit in a place of peace and help me judge pieces of shit.
Let their iron be the nutrients that'll enrich in the soil.
Oh my lord. You have complete free reign and causing them as much pain as possible in order to get them to comply.
Whew.
So, yeah, that's all.
Oh boy.
She doesn't get your patronage, but she gets to share some of your power base, and likewise.
I can see that as a good situation, and that would also potentially get the God of Fate, who is in alliance with the Lady of Blood. I forget their name.
Oh yeah, the trial god.
I have
Yes.
it. Hang on.
The androgynous deity of fate, because
Yeah.
they do not have a gender.
Celine, the keeper of fate.
So you're able to go off and train with your mom and dad for a little bit. Okay?
Oh shit.
And your father's actually showing you a lot of really cool things. I'm gonna message this to you because it's gonna blow your mind. Let's see.
I'm completely off topic. I don't know about it.
Huh?
I don't know about it.
That good, huh?
Yeah.
I think in the meantime, Cayenne is going to try to reach out to her and reach out to the Lady of Blood and speak on a few things at a later moment when it's able to be done.
There you go, Tom. It's not much, but it's honest work.
I'm gonna find it here.
So, yeah, you'll be able to reach out to her and speak to her. I mean, one of her representatives is currently residing in the city for the trial.
Not much.
What?
Seriously calling that not much?
A little bit,
What did I miss? I'm sorry.
but that's what you learn from your parents. If you don't want to learn that from your parents,
No, I'm just. I question your usage of the words "not much."
What happened?
Uh,
Tom is
so-
just completely flabbergasted right now. What did you do?
I mean, it's not that hard to do, Tom.
so, yeah, so, you're able to reach out and start learning things from your parents.
I don't think he's able to show me all the secrets that she knows.
I certainly have a good question.
1 + 1 still equals 2. Yes.
Stab me.
No touching.
Too late.
You spend time with your father and you learn that.
Where'd you send it? Ah,
You have to admit, that's pretty cool.
it is. It's pretty.
And Nika teaches you something that's actually really cool. You learn a interesting ability from your mother that should be useful.
So we're just sharing. These are just personal things. Okay.
There you go. Tell me how cool that is.
So you sent that to me. How do you get on this machine?
And there you go, Cayenne. See what you do with that. And as you train with... Oh, I gotta switch out earbuds. I just got the infamous battery low.
Battery low.
So
Okay,
British.
then.
You get to spend time and train with your parents over the course of the next night, essentially, and picking up some of what they can dust off as things that will help you in the future. Each of you picking up a new, unique skill that is inherent to each of you.
It's a date pass.
Huh?
Date passes.
And with that, congratulations, you've made another level from the training of your parents and the recent
Okay.
events.
Nice.
Nice.
Do we have to do that right now, or can we take a little time?
You can take your time. And in that, you've actually gotten that bonus ability, each of you.
Nice.
Cayenne's like, mine's disappointing.
No.
Anybody
He's
else
like,
notice?
well, shit. I can do something on one side of the spectrum, and now I can do this. Okay.
Anybody else notice something weird that D&D Beyond's been doing? Sorry.
So yeah, each of you have learned something from your parentage on how to improve things and start shoring up
And
your abilities.
Nika taught Nikolaitis.
Yes.
She did accept being free, it seems like.
Yeah, and you're just like, wait, what?
What? Is this what she used on the machine?
No.
Oh, okay.
But you're understanding how like brilliant she is with crafting.
Yeah, the core crap. Well, plus he has the example of the house that she made.
Yeah. So
There's no slouch on it at all.
I'll be adding those to your sheets
Okay.
when I get a chance this week. So with that, you are able to go and rest and rest on what you guys have learned from it. Mongo walking away with understanding more of arcane nature and how to manipulate to his abilities. Scabbard actually getting to see how well your father fights in combat. You, Nikolai, getting to see how well your father can actually craft and repair things.
Yeah.
And Cayenne, understanding a little bit more of your nature and abilities.
Yep.
By talking to Osley.
Yep. And I've got to speak to the Lady of Blood.
Yeah, you can literally just pop in and like, hey, we gotta talk.
I don't think she would take too kindly to another god invading her realm.
Yeah, you still probably want to
probably-
set an appointment for
Probably,
that.
yeah.
And
okay,
just
true. It's probably a better idea to say, send an email first. Don't get a response, send another one. Then maybe call.
Yeah, she would still do this as if she were still praying to her using that methodology because that's the easiest way.
It seems to work, yeah.
get her
Just
fucking
out of
attention, that's for
respect.
sure.
So with that, the within the next few days, the infamous trial is looming, but each member of the Obscura has stated they are going to present a case at the trial, as well as the envoy of the lady, who will be speaking their part. And Cayenne, go ahead and do a religion for me with advantage.
Oh boy. Hopefully my dice behave. Well, I don't need to roll again because that was a natural 20.
Like behaving to me.
Nice.
The god is praying. I'm going to behave now.
When gods pray, you listen. What does a god pray to? Everybody looks at Lumion. So, yeah. You pray to the lady and you appear in her temple.
I'm still going to be respectful to her and bow, regardless.
You have yet to actually see the lady.
Regardless, I'm still in her temple. I'm still gonna bow, regardless. I don't care what my status is. It's not I'm not in my own realm at this point.
You feel an icy cold hand on your shoulder, and she's like, and you hear a very, almost like a whisper in your ear, but she's speaking out loud. Rise.
I will.
And you can see her prestige and the knights, they all have their heads lowered and facing away from her and her presence.
I'm not going to look her in the face unless she allows such. Just being purely respectful. My lady, I do have some important things to speak to you about.
Why that was so fucking ominous? Okay. She looks over to you in your direction and she's like, and do you think I am blind to the doings and the things that go on around me? Don't
I
insult
do
me.
not believe so, no.
Oh my god, Cat, hi.
I'm very new to some things that have begun to happen and things that have been revealed to me as I've grown into what my heritage is. And my sister has revealed some things to me that were rather important, and she said that I do need to speak to you.
And she looks to you and she's like, good. Perhaps we can come to an agreement. Oh my god, Cat, are you trying to, like, become one with me?
He says yes.
Dude, the aggressive headbutts are, like,
He's like,
happening.
Mother, I crave attention.
Like you are too far away.
Mother, you must attention me. Only me, nothing else.
He gets in these really lovey moods, like, holy shit, lovey. Oh, and your first line ever.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god, you are like a cloud. Oh, you're doing the happy cat face. You look at the lady and you see that she's a very interesting looking. It's obvious that she comes from demon heritage. That she is well above a certain court of. She stands about 8 feet tall, with multiple tails, massive horns with a crown floating above her, and she has the beauty of like a high elf noble. But across her, you can see that she has a cloak dragging behind her that is literally latched into her skin from behind.
Alright.
So she has clothing that would be akin to what a Cenobite wears.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
And it's just like, oh, holy shit, she's terrifying.
Yeah.
And you can see that she has two horns that curve up and are kind of entwining the crown, and two large horns that actually curve down, and the tips almost come to her shoulders, and you can see banners.
I would very much so like to come to an agreement with you. You've been very helpful throughout my life, and I would still love to be able to speak to you and be able to work with you.
She looks to you and she's like, I respect you enough to not make you bind to a contract with me. But we will become allies. Is that fair terms?
That is more than fair.
Then you will be able to continue to use my services, and I will use your services.
I will definitely agree to that.
Now he's tuckered out from all the attention.
Now I need a nap.
She looks at you and she's like, I'm glad you found your way. It was buried there underneath the surface the whole time.
It means a lot that you say that. I'm okay, Screamy Boy. What?
Apparently, we're both
Jesus.
dealing with cats.
He's terrified right now because of the thunderstorm, so he's very screamy and poopy right now.
Aw.
He's like me. I don't do well with thunderstorms. The thunder has been making my heart skip.
It could be worse. It could thunder and then the power goes out.
Please don't jinx that. I will full on cry. I don't do well in the dark. I still run when the lights go out.
Sorry, that's adorable.
No, it in the fuck it is not.
So,
I am glad to have found my way as well. There are a lot of things that are still very new and I'm still trying to understand to the best of my ability. But I know I can only grow from here.
she walks away from you up the steps and she's like, you may claim yourself as a new god, but your blood is much older than that. Sometimes gods die and they're reborn just like mortals.
God, why do I still get that creepy feeling just like with the elder that said almost the exact same shit? Deja vu. Hello?
You're like, fuck, everybody's speaking cryptic to me.
What do you mean, be reborn?
You can ask her that if you want to be that blunt.
Implies that I'm going to cease to exist for a little bit there.
I must ask before I depart. I was given, I don't know if you would call it a warning or if you would call it a vision.
Deja vu, electric boogaloo.
The tribal leader of Osling's followers, she told me that the sins of my parents can only be forgiven when I'm reborn. I'm trying to make sense of what that could potentially mean, but I'm at a loss.
She looks over at you and those pure black eyes just feel like they're piercing deep into you. And just like, oh. And she looks away and she's like, until you actually become a full-fledged god like your sister and find your other half, you have to carry the burdens of your family. Until that time, you are still a god, but not at full power.
Understood. Yay! Cayenne gets to do soul searching.
Oh, look, you're gonna go through what Osling went through.
We'll see how violent that is. Yay.
Turns out the other half was actually Smiley. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No. Oh, God. I can only imagine.
We will become one.
Ugh.
That's all I was trying to do the first.
I will
Miley
wear
is
your
not allowed to
flesh
come
like a
back.
Suit.
Miley is not allowed to come back.
Smiley, electric boogaloo.
No.
So,
No.
Smiley too. Target practice.
You stand there, and as you look upon the lady, you blink, and you just suddenly feel a tug at your garb. And as you come to, you look around a little bit, and you look down, and Fox looking up at you, and he's like, "Man, why are you in the temple?"
What? Wait, how how did I trance walk?
Um,
More strut like.
Trance trot?
Fox like, "I don't know why you're here, but you're here. Uh-oh. Is Mongo possessed again?
No.
One freaking time, everybody makes a deal of it.
Did
So, I found out some interesting things.
Oh, yes. Did you piss off the god of dread like your brother?
No, no, no. I don't make deals in my sleep or reach out to anyone in my sleep.
Good, because Fa would have to drink a lot of water to do an active race again.
I found out through Osling, what my status is, I cannot pray to gods.
Did your god praying license get revoked? I met a priest. They lost their license to pray.
More so,
That raises
can't
questions
exactly
more than good.
pray to them, but to make alliances.
Oh. Fa makes alliances with gods. Fa still remembers meeting a god, and I was called an idiot god savant.
Oh,
Are you okay there?
oh. How's Fought gonna react when he meets the parents?
Oh no.
I
No
just
way to
thought
find it.
about that. Because he
You're right,
hasn't been
Tom.
at the house.
I was just eating when you said that.
Fa just looks at
Oh, and
Cayenne.
So, I was contacting the Lady of Blood. I was at the house, and I somehow ended up here.
Well, Fa's happy you're here.
I'm happy to be here. Just a little confused how I got here.
Cayenne, do another religion with advantage.
I'll take the 13.
As you're talking to Fa, you realize temples are kind of an odd place for you and Osling to be at. You can hear the whispers of people praying within the temple.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, it's like that it's like that movie Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, you can hear their whispers. They're very quiet, almost like on the wind, but you can hear various people praying, and it's like, oh no.
Nope,
I need-
that's
I-
creepy.
I
Nope,
need- I-
that's
I need
creepy.
to-
Nope, that's creepy.
Walk up to one guy. Why are you praying for that?
I'm gonna be like, can all of these whispers just be written on parchment?
Fa's like, Fa hears a lot of voices too.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is Pot
Not a
divine
god.
himself and he doesn't know? Is that why he has so much damn power? He's a god of chaos?
He's-
Scabbard,
Yes.
you're able to go and have a night with the rest of the night with Kippa alone. But yes, Cayenne, you're hearing the whispers, and now you realize Spot hears whispers all the time too.
Does that mean he's just a little kooky, or does that mean that he is an avatar?
Don't worry, he's the last fish bender. No, actually, he's a water bender.
That would be terrifying because waterbenders can be bloodbenders.
Yep.
So yeah, Cayenne, that's you. You can leave the temple and Fought to his thoughts.
When I'm going to tell Fought that he should come by the house whenever he's free.
Fought's like, okay. Fought will do that.
I'm gonna give him the biggest hug.
He hugs back. And he's his usual clammy self.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's his usual level of clamminess. You're able to walk back to the house and enjoying the gentle snowfall.
Now that Osling's calmed down and it's not full on almost a blizzard.
Yeah. And yeah, you're with Kippa.
So my parents seem to like you.
I don't know about your mother.
To be fair, she is a mystic. She sees so many things. Her mind is like a tree of infinite possibilities. She can see every possible thing that we could do, and perhaps she sees all the potential good and bad the two of us are capable of. So her judgment is entirely probably in this weird state where we just don't know.
Did that you can understand, but Plumtree's a fucking weirdo?
He speaks in riddles.
He does not!
So he looks over at you and raises an eyebrow.
To put into perspective,
Your mom has a vendetta against me.
she thinks you're hiding something or whatever, and honestly, who knows? She apparently knows what each and every single one of us are gonna say, think, and do before we even do it. It depends on what way we do it.
Maybe that's what scares her. She can't read me.
Who knows? I don't know.
Because I had the conversation with her and she can't read me or see me.
That could be it.
I'm an enigma, much like gods are to her. She just shrugs. She's like, look, I know what I am. Your mom's not wrong. I've got to experience things.
You have your secrets, and that's perfectly fine.
Yes, and it's your job to keep my secrets. And she just hugs you. Let's just hope that the child doesn't have your father's stupidity.
Hope they turn out better than I am.
You're doing better than your father.
I don't know. I like to think so. But I don't know.
It's, without you noticing, she had put a piece of parchment in your hand as she heads upstairs to check on the egg.
Probably don't even notice it until I can go and feel and suddenly realize it's there.
Yeah,
Take a look at it.
and it looks like a piece of, Hi, sweetie kitty. Why'd you lick my foot? You're a weird. It looks like a piece of, like, a really map. And you can see there's a symbol of a temple on there.
Take a look at this and put her away for now and follow her up to the room.
And as you get up to the room, you hear Hippa speaking in her different kind of draconic that you're not familiar with, the noble type of draconic. telling a story to the egg. You don't have to knock. You can just go in.
I don't want to interrupt anything.
And she's just reading a story to the egg.
Step into the room and listen. Go ahead and place the wooden letter blocks in the room that I made earlier.
And she rolls up the scroll, and you can see that there's gold on either end of the scroll. Like it's one of those really fancy ones, and almost like a beautiful. And she sets it down, and she was standing and motioning around the room at various things, storytelling to the egg.
Just gonna listen and try and pick up what I can. I'm still learning the languages.
Yeah, it's such a odd language that you're having trouble comprehending it. Like the Draconic doesn't even have anything in common with this language. But from the gesturing, you can tell that it's a story about the ground and the sky and some sort of dance that happened between them.
I'll wait until she's finished.
She finishes, and
Sounds like a very interesting story.
do you want to know what it's about?
Perhaps. Yeah, I would.
She motions for, and she reaches over and she holds out the scroll, and as you go to reach for it, it disappears into thin air.
Okay.
You're like, oh. It's a really old story about a dragon of the sky and a dragon of the ground that intertwined to create. That their love was essentially forbidden because the storms they created. That the sky couldn't love the ground.
This is a very familiar sounding story.
Yeah, it is.
Does it happen to be the story of Bahamut and Tiamat?
Could be an interpretation of it.
This sounds very familiar. Kippa, I think we're doing the right thing.
You won't know until it's over.
Learning more and more things. Things that make a lot of sense and things that don't.
Yeah, and the parents are back.
It certainly is great, but at the same time, it doesn't help with learning things either. Because now I have even more questions. I'm starting to doubt myself even more.
And she's behind you as you guys get to your private room. She's massaging your shoulders, and she just sinks her claws in as you say you have doubts.
Woman, what? Why?
And her claws are almost like her talons.
You again. You're killing me this morning. Or this
Why?
Don't go down that road. Chin up, face forward. Be brave in the storm.
I have a question for you. I met with the very curious lizard folk fellow from the Farlands. Very well-traveled individual. I'm sure you have many questions about the stories he has. He showed me something, and I still don't know what it is. And I've looked, searched, and researched. The only person I haven't asked about it is Fat. Or you, for that matter. But I saw a shattered crystal shield. Apparently it's a representation of me. But I saw a symbol on there, at least part of a holy symbol. But it was too broken to tell what it was. but it didn't look like anything I've ever seen before.
She just kind of shrugs ever so slightly.
Try and describe it as best I can to her.
She's like, perhaps the fates are trying to guide you in a direction and you just have to listen.
My father said something very concerning. I don't know.
What did he say? That you're adopted?
No. I'm
You
sure
too much
that
like
I
him to be
happen to be an adopted child that looks exactly like him with my mother's traits.
When you're not red.
When I'm not red, at least. Apparently, one of the reasons why he abandoned his oath had something to do with the fact that it seems that not all the gods are as they appear to be. It seems that the two that are out with me are in their own little spat.
Oh, so you're their counselor now.
I don't, Chief.
Well, maybe you should actually start researching more about them and their history. Not their individual history, but their actual history.
Just wondering if I'm on like the right or wrong side here. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it. I certainly have no intention of working for Tiamat. And Bahamut has been nothing but good. There's something more, though.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Perhaps talk to Fod or the two gods that we have hanging around.
I'll speak with Fod. As skilled and talented as Cayenne and Ozzy are, I doubt they would know much about dragon deities. They're still very new to this whole divine thing themselves. I need to speak with someone that actually knows a lot more about it. Fot would definitely be a good option.
Yeah.
Just wondering a lot more.
Go speak to Fod tomorrow. Well, actually, tomorrow's the trial for Maggie, so hold off on that.
Perhaps that is for the best.
I don't think any of the family members would forgive you if you didn't show up for that.
I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't. For now, let's go to sleep. Just hug her.
So you're in your chambers with Coin, and Coin's like, so meeting the parents. I don't ever want your parents to meet my so-called mother.
Oh, that's just... Oh god, I have no idea what happened. That terrifies me.
Yeah?
So we have two weddings?
2 weddings?
One where your side of the family's invited, one where my side's invited.
Oh.
Or just say, fuck everything, go do it ourselves.
Well, you know what in traditional... we may have to wrangle some resources together for our wedding. So, I kind of researched it, what a traditional Munchkin weddings is like. And it's a very odd tradition. So, as it is written and documented by a few different people, the traditional Munchkin wedding is as such. Cannons are fired. That makes sense.
Not so bad.
But the other part is sinking a boat.
We have to acquire a boat
And,
and then
sink
sink it. Is that why we're firing the cannons? Is to sink the fucker?
Well, it signifies may your life never sink like a boat. How does that fit in with a life tradition? I don't know, but apparently that's how two munchkins tie the knot. They sink a boat together, and it's like, yes,
we seafaring.
Well, apparently all of us are adventurers in some way. That's why we get our weird names.
Oh my god, kitties are killing me.
I met another munchkin. He was a scholar, and his name was Sauce Cup.
You know, everyone that I hear about, all their names all seem to go along a certain line. Then you have mine. One of these days, I'm gonna have to ask the old man. Well, now that Mom's back, I can ask her too. What the fuck was mine supposed to mean?
Mongo?
The full version. The full mouthful.
What was... She looks at you, raising an eyebrow.
Wow, my own fiance forgot my full fucking name. Damn.
I don't think she ever told you.
You never told her.
I'm pretty sure I did.
No, you've always said Mongo.
She's always referred to me as Mango.
Yeah.
The whole melting on noon's gentle oasis. I mean, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Sounds like a cocktail.
Fucking thing.
Oh my god, you're not wrong. They were drunk. That's what happened.
Did they name me after the first drink they fucking shed? Oh, fuck.
Wait. Hold on. It seriously sounds like a cocktail. And Sunny sounds like a cocktail. There's an old cocktail, right? Called, well, it's now referred to as Hair of the Dog, but it was a morning cocktail. It was a few shots of vodka, some, well drink, and then you would crack a half-cooked egg on top, and then with some hot sauce, and you would just down it. It would help you with your hangover. It was called Sunny Side Up.
Oh my god, great, now I gotta look up what the fuck that kind of drink is. And I suppose I should learn how to fucking make it.
Well, if it is true, then it's your signature drink.
One would think.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Oh, I don't know how to take this.
And Coin, she just walks over and sits down. And she's like, I bet it's one of those really fancy drinks that has an umbrella. Maybe if we're lucky, it has two.
Oh god, we're actually gonna have to come up with a fucking drink for this, aren't we? Any suggestions from the chat? Feel free to throw them in Discord later.
The
Well,
tuxedo cat surprise.
This took a real big twist.
I didn't see that coming.
Coin's like, so we have to sink a ship? And we're named after a cocktail, and I'm named after what pays for a cocktail.
No wonder we get along so damn well.
And the sisters are gods.
Oh,
Parents are back.
yeah.
What is those just picking on Kippa? She's so nice. Just because she's an old cranky dust-spewing dragon?
But I have no idea. Dragon's fucking insane. So a funny thing happened on the way to the Triad. When Scav first turned red, I tried to see what was going on. pull out the goggles. I accidentally looked at Cayenne with these.
Okay.
She didn't look like a centaur with this.
And she's a god. Yes.
Try to prestidigitate an image of what Cayenne looks like through the goggles.
Performance.
Suddenly you blind
Give it
the
no-
world.
and give it no justice because it's incomprehensible.
Oh my god, that die roll. It's insane.
Yeah!
It's
Plus
almost-
my performance. That'd be a 25.
That's what you just need to do stupid, dumb stuff for your character all the
Cross your
time.
arms. Oh. I don't think people are supposed to look like that. That kind of screams, look at me, I am the disco.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with,
So that's another munchkin that I have to introduce you to is disco.
groovy.
He keeps insisting on this weird garment called bell bottoms.
I like them. They actually know fashion. Bell bottoms need to come back, damn it.
Go back to the 70s.
I'm sorry, but anything smaller than flares and bell bottoms is not true fucking jeans. And I will fight and stab anyone on that.
Shots fired. Holy
Wow.
shit. Wow, passion. I love it.
You like your bell bottoms, huh?
I cannot
my God.
stand tight things on my ankles. It makes me very angry.
The Temple of Cayenne, everybody's wearing bell bottoms.
They're wearing comfy yoga material flares. No smaller than flares. They wear trousers. They must be comfy all the time. It's the equivalent of wearing pajamas.
So,
So if anybody shows up in skinny jeans, that's an act of war?
Yes, that is
enough.
hearsay.
so
Damn.
how you gonna
Heretic.
show Cayenne this?
Haven't had a chance yet.
Wait, are you gonna go and look at Osling just to confirm? Don't think that's a good idea.
I am not brave enough.
The room gets colder when she shows up. I love Osling, but it gets a little chilly when she's around.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering, because, like, there's, like, almost like a foot of fucking snow outside when the parents showed up.
Yeah. I was at the yeah, it started snowing a lot. You think that was Osling? Why did you ask her?
Dude, this thing kind of scares me.
She's just the god of death.
Which kind of scares me. Have any idea how many times Cayenne's kicked me over the years?
All those on purpose.
Some of those were. Mongo's asking like an asshole.
Well, I suppose it could be a divine blessing in a way. Oh, I've been kicked by the Cayenne. So the goblins have been really worshipping her hard. They've started handing out pamphlets.
You know, that's pretty great, but it's also kind of not great.
Good thing I should be able to change myself.
I'm so glad that they didn't start worshipping Nikolai. They'd be constantly hounding us about our extended warranties.
What?
Oh my god!
No.
Oh, that hurt.
What?
Yes.
Ow.
So
I think I threw up a little in my mouth.
That was weird.
I got
Nikolai, you're able to turn in for the night
Yeah.
and reflect a
Ow.
little bit on the weird events of the day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ace looks over at you,
Oh no.
gives you thumbs up.
I
How you
hate you.
He's like,
Please
Oh.
die.
he does a bunch of sign language to you about how, he's actually kind of bored.
Go kick yourself.
I wish we could just get on.
Fucking dickhead.
So much to do.
But you see that he's got a spiffy new look. He's got a bowler hat, a vest on, a white shirt that's rolled up on the sleeves, and slacks on
Nice.
with combat boots.
Nice. Looking snazzy, bud.
militant Pinky Blinder.
I honestly find that show very hard to watch.
Really?
It's wonderfully filmed, and the acting is superb, but there's just something about it that's just like hard to watch.
Kind of interesting watching it with
They use a lot of high contrast filters, which gives it a very unique look.
Yeah.
Now, Shogun, on the other hand, that is binge worthy.
I love that show.
I haven't seen that one yet.
We just started watching it. We're the first episode in, and holy shit, is it good!
You need to watch it. Oh my god, it's good. It's so good. It's got some of my favorite actors in it too.
So, the next morning comes. You each get up. You probably spend the night tinkering a little bit,
Yeah. We'll
thinking
work on,
about things.
actually, probably work on that house. Try to get a couple of new solutions.
And next morning comes, you guys find yourselves around the breakfast table. The parents at the other house essentially having a share it. Nobody wants to be at that house because the morning arguments must be wonderful.
Cayenne
Cayenne.
probably has a little bit of a hangover.
Cayenne, you wake up in your own house with Lumion, so...
Yeah, after the experience in the temple, I'm sure she got quite a few drinks on the way back, or started drinking from that jar that Poltz gave her.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the boys are there, and... Sunny gives you a hug on the way out as she heads off to deal with work stuff before the trial that's later in the day. You're waking up with Kippa is already gone for today.
You know, it's really awkward because I don't think Scav forgot his own, like, suit clothes and such. Like, he's been wearing his dad's stuff.
Which is fine. Your dad's like, I'm retired. Wear it. So, you two are together, and
Sunny on her way out, I'll just so the last couple of days have been a bit crazy.
Sunny's like, yeah, parents are back. Mom wants to teach me how to be what I am, and I'm trying to figure out a nice way to say I'll find my own way.
Those exact words.
I'll find my home.
Okay. She goes over to you, Nikolai, and she grabs your hand and she puts a flower in it. She's like, I hope this brightens your day. And then she gives you one manga.
Give her another hug.
She hugs back.
Thank you, Sonny.
If you need anyone to talk to about everything going on, let me know.
It's a lot, and likewise. Parents are back. Dad seems a little more chipper.
That's good. Frost still slipping in the closet though.
Last I saw, Mom won't let it. She actually made the closet disappear.
Just made it disappear. No longer closet.
I'm
there's the
learning
old-
something about Mom that terrifies me and my abilities.
Hmm.
The reality around us just seems to be a suggestion to her.
Suggestion. What
Okay,
currently
Okay,
is there?
so
Go ahead,
that's
just do
important to
whatever you
know
want.
that the
My own.
character of Jewel is basically focused around the old saying of I reject your reality, so do my own.
It's like,
Except on a fundamental fucking level.
I told you tough love was the best way to do it. Stop it, father.
Like-
This is swine.
She does things that's terrifying. But she's terrible with food. It tastes like the base elements. There's no flavor.
It looks like it. Doesn't taste like it.
Anyway, I
hilarious.
gotta get some stuff done before the trial.
Yeah, that's gonna be real fun.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, again, if there's anything.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Nikolai,
Yes.
if you need to talk, we're all here.
Currently, I'm trying to figure out how to get up to the moon to redeem my father.
Well, anyway, I'm leaving.
Upcasting the jump spell a lot.
Bye, Sonny. See you later.
No, you're out of your house.
Oh, I thought we all went to the same place.
No.
Okay.
I
No,
had to figure out
Cayenne's
where
not
you
even there.
You wake up and
I just remember you saying the boys were all in one spot. So.
nah, misspoke. You wake up, there's breakfast being made by the housekeeper. The house attendant.
Thank her. And
She's like, "Sir,
how are you doing this fine morning?
I'm well."
That's good. I see that my wife has already left. So
As
you're going
she
to
does.
try and have a good day, yeah?
Of course, sir.
I'm gonna head out and I guess make my way over to the I assume everybody's at the family house right now? Is it-
Everybody that's there is, yes. There's the family house where all the adults, where all the parents are. Then there's the house where all the current people are.
I'll probably be going to where I know Cayenne, Mongo, and Nikolai will most likely be.
You head in and it's just the two boys there.
Gentlemen, where's our sister?
Ooh.
You would know that she stays at home with Lumion. That's where she
Well,
lives.
She's
Probably
probably
at Lumion's.
or on her way from there.
Makes sense.
Why? What's up?
Oh, nothing. It's gonna be a crazy day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not even the least craziest that's happened the last week.
By no means. Of course not. Definitely, the parents coming back for sure takes the cake there. I would say that's even crazier than me turning red.
Yeah, your redness?
Absolutely nothing compared to them being back.
Yeah. It's just
Doesn't even crack the top 5
yeah.
of the crazy shit that has happened since we left to go see that fucking Dryad.
Yeah. There's been a lot that's happened in the past couple months. Hell, the past couple of weeks. Days even.
Typically, we have something big happen, we get time to adjust, we kind of adjust to the new norm, and something else crazy. Not
Mhm.
one fucking Mic drop moment after a fucking another.
We usually have a little time between crazy. It's true.
And you guys just hear a loud munching, and you look over, and it's the R's formerly known as Humphrey, and he's like,
The artist are
You know, we're gonna
Girl
have to.
sitting right next to him.
he looks over, oh, manga. Good to see you. I did this thing called sleep. It's glorious.
Never slept before?
No.
So you were sitting in Crier Bell's office that he forgot for however long?
Yep.
Then again, when you're a different species?
Yeah. And he's like, he's like,
Some don't require sleep.
and you realize
Yeah,
he's
just sitting there doing nothing for years.
and you see he's sitting there and he's eating bread, but he didn't unwrap it from the wax paper. He's been eating the wax paper along with the loaf of bread.
I don't think you're
If I
supposed
may?
to eat the paper, friend.
Usually this part is just to help keep it fresh, not munchable.
Oh, had such a bizarre taste to it. It was fascinating.
You know,
God.
I gotta
All
ask.
over the place.
Of all the things you could have potentially chosen to become, why did you pick human?
Seemed logical to me.
Understandable.
Did you know down at the marketplace they have these wonderful things called chicken wings? Completely edible. A little hard to swallow though.
Oh yeah, no, swallowing.
Oh God.
I,
And you're realizing what he the fact that he probably ate the whole wing and didn't just eat the meat part.
those are.
Was there a very stiff bit of calcium in the middle of it?
Quite hard to get through it, but I managed.
I don't think humans
Yeah,
are
those are
supposed
the-
to eat those, friend.
Bones. Most people don't eat those.
Oh,
Some do. I mean, kobolds can, and some lizard folk. A couple of the other beast kin. I've never seen a human do it though.
that would explain why the person was giving me such a bizarre.
Yeah, humans are interesting creatures. They very
Not
short,
all of them are psychotic headed.
very short-lived, but they accomplish a lot in a very short amount of time.
Takes another bite of the giant loaf of bread without cutting it.
Fuckers are everywhere too.
They are, but you gotta admit, it's kind of impressive what they can do in such a short amount of time.
Cayenne, you meet up with the boys and you walk in, you see the R's formerly known as Humphrey, holding a loaf of bread up in both hands, taking bites out of it, listening, with crumbs going everywhere.
I mean, Cayenne would have done the same thing. Oh.
Hello, Cayenne.
Hello.
You look like shit. What happened to you?
Let's just say that if me and Osling go into temples, we hear the prayers of everyone in the form of fucking hallucinatory whispers.
Oh,
That doesn't sound like a metaphor.
that does not sound fun at all.
No. Apparently, Fott can hear the voices too.
Now, which voices are he hearing? Look, you know we're gonna have nothing but love for Fod, but he does not think like anybody else we know.
He's a
No, but
very
it also makes me wonder how he is able to have so much power against a certain someone that you are banished from seeing, Scav.
Oh, you former pen pal.
You know, I've been wondering about that too.
He may have just confused the holy shit out of the guy
either
And you know
confused
what?
him or he either confused him or there's things we don't know.
I don't know. Victor seemed terrified of Fat.
Pot's a god and doesn't even realize it.
Yeah.
I went to do a thing to talk to my lady, and when I came back, I was in the temple, even though I was literally here.
How does that
And
work,
I somehow
by the way? You being a god and your lady also being a god.
So you two like drinking buddies now?
Exchanging each other's like medical practices?
the
What comes first, bloodletting?
bloodletting via mushrooms. I took Osling's advice, and I can still speak to her and receive her services. In return, she receives mine. I also got questions answered about that lovely warning I received from the tribal elder as well.
Like,
What exactly do you mean exchange of services?
If she needs something done when it comes to a person, I deal with them. If she needs... Basically, if I need something done or if I need guidance, I can seek her out and she will help. If she needs guidance or she needs help, she can seek me out.
Ah, so more or less along the lines of anything that sits outside of her domain that happens to be within your own, you can help her with, and vice versa.
Essentially so. I believe it works the same way with her and Selin. Not to be confused with my aunt, Celine. We might need to change the aunt's name because that's gonna get confusing. I'm not gonna lie.
When is this trial supposed to take place, Mongo?
2 hours from now.
Oof. Well,
Also, I'm sure that y'all have noticed, as well as me, that the snow is not just from pure happenstance. Because if y'all remember, when we first got here, it was light flurries and a little bit of snow on the ground. Well,
yeah.
when we first got back.
Yeah.
I figured maybe like a small storm came in or something, but that was way too fast.
Yeah, there's a
Had
reason
different
for that.
theory.
There is a reason for the snow and why it almost became a storm, literally right around the time the parents showed up.
Man.
We didn't cause that, did we?
I don't think it was us per se.
Have to be a very strong person who may or may not be the deity of death and winter.
Yeah, that's what Quinn and I were guessing.
Oslin?
Yeah.
So she did
Have you
that.
ever noticed how absolutely frigidly cold, like down to literally your blood cells, how cold it gets in a room if she's the slightest bit upset?
I'm sorry, Cayenne, but in case you haven't noticed, I'm red and constantly burning. I can't feel anything other
I'm sure
than
there's a cream
heat.
for that.
I'm
Oh,
constantly in this sensation of being heated ever since this happened. But hopefully it passes sooner than later, because apparently this is temporary.
Have you tried just letting go?
Elaborate.
Well, usually when you're pretty heated, you're usually kind of mad about something. So if you fucking drop it, maybe it'll go back to normal. Or do you need to eat like a different gem to kind of like counteract it?
And can I kick him?
No, you cannot.
No. He brings up a point, but at the same time, weren't we all there when his father loudly explained about the
Yeah.
gemstones?
Oh, well, maybe you just need the right laxative to get that gemstone out of you.
Really cheap alcohol.
I mean, I may know of a way. I'm not gonna enjoy it. That'll be for later. For now, perhaps we should focus on what the hell we're gonna be doing, because we still have the trial. We still have to deal with those stupid terror bats or whatever the hell they're called.
The dread bats.
The dread bats. The family is back, so hey, plentiful and bountiful knowledge to learn from and training to be had. And we still
Yeah,
have
I've
to
got-
deal with the burning temperaments.
I have got to babysit my father if he just so decides to go drinking with Gunnar.
And I also
Is there
have
enough
to
alcohol
figure
in the
out.
city?
He will drink this whole city dry.
I have
Point
to
comes
figure out
out
where.
and she's finishing fastening her clothes, her outer jacket. She's like, "Oh, drinking's with who?
My
Hello.
father.
Ooh,
I
Oh
also-
boy.
oh, I could get the gang together and we can all go drinking."
I'm still getting used to that. Also, I still need to figure out where this is, and I place the map down and open it up.
What the hell is that?
It's just like a small fragment.
Like it's a fragment of a map. But this, I don't know. It leads to a temple of some kind. Does the symbol that was on the shield match the same one on this map? No. Okay, it does not. This, I don't know.
Point's like, okay. First of all, important things. Drinking with your dad.
Perhaps.
Ah,
No. I've seen what you can do, and I've heard what he can do.
if
I'm worried
if
one of
I
you may
go,
not survive.
if I go with, and I promise to keep an eye out, would you be okay with her having drinks with my father?
A couple, but I don't want them to like need a new liver.
Well, if I go with, I can always just remove the toxins
Coin's
from
like,
my body.
well, I could always invite Gunnar along.
Is there enough alcohol on the continent for that?
We can find out.
Oh boy.
But yes, if they do go overboard, I can always just, sobrietize.
You do realize they're gonna be getting
Don't you
hammered too.
Dare lay hands on me without permission.
Yeah, that will end badly for you. I can fucking promise you.
I
I will
promise.
mail your fingers to other continents.
What
I
I
see
will
why you like
promise
that.
is that Coin and my father both will be safe. I will not do anything without their consent. My father, fuck that. I'm treating him like mother treats him when he decides to misbehave.
Speaking of
Sounds
your
like the best
father,
idea.
he's joining us with that whole thing with Lumion.
Sounds like the standard amongst your people.
Considering he's back and he is my father, and normally the father's the one who gives the bride away, but since y'all were still challenged, all four of you now have to go against Lumion.
I'm more scared now that he's involved.
He won't go after you guys.
Yes.
When I
not
say
supposed
he,
to
I
kill
mean
each
my
other
father. He
either.
won't do that.
But wasn't he just telling us a story about how he couldn't hit the broadside of a purple worm because
was
he was
drunk.
hammered with a blindfold on?
Yeah, that was when he was hammered and with a blindfold on. Because this is of an honor thing, I highly doubt that he's going to get shit-faced when it comes to fighting for basically Lumion earning the right to my hand, even though we're getting married anyway, fucking regardless.
Didn't he
No,
kill a king?
This is... Huh?
Coin
didn't he
looks
just-
over. If I recall from traditional centaur, well, mountain folk lore, it's customary to drop a very potent alcohol into a mug of ale and then chug it before the fight.
Oh, my lord.
Right, so get hammered, duke it out.
But I has a question. Osling's getting married to a loofah. Does that work?
Well, since her father is present, he could do it.
Well, I asked Kippa about it, and she said that. Oh no. Amir might be up on a loofah side to give her away.
I'll give a loofah away.
So
I volunteer.
Sir and Holgar have to fight each other.
Yeah.
I'd watch that.
That'd be a fantastic fight.
I don't know if that's a good idea. Mir is still extremely trigger happy with the family because of all the bullshit that Mustache Rook did to him.
Yeah, he's still not actually aware of everything that he's done to him. His mind's been fucked up.
All he knows is that he sees them as a threat.
He sees everyone as a threat.
Yeah, he's protecting your wife. Everyone is a threat, even you. He will slit your throat
Even
if
me.
you move just slightly wrong.
And
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Need I remind you?
I brought food. And Nika's standing in the door.
Hello.
Emma,
I'm going over to hug Anika.
Don't make me drop it.
I won't let you drop it. I would be careful to hug her so she does not drop said food.
I like those. I brought breakfast porridge.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh,
It was
Recipe,
highly appreciated.
It's cheese and, well, some grits. It's
That's actually how I used to eat grits when I was a kid.
on the
It's
subject of
pretty good.
Sir Mir. Yeah, Sir Mir.
We have discovered that somebody apparently really liked using modified memory on him.
Sir Mir has also killed an entire army and the generals.
Is that like on his day off for recreation, or was there?
A problem.
Sir Mir and my father were very close, and they fought together in the war
Well,
against the original.
no,
threat.
this is a different one. We were helping with a region that was being terrorized by an invading army, and we kind of let Sir Mir off the chain. He cut through the entire front line and proceeded to make a very bloody path straight to the, with your father in tow. Your father in tow.
I'd like to revise my previous statement about the Samir and Hobart fight.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to watch that from a safe distance.
You don't understand the fact that you guys know anything about Sir Mir?
I know-
Anything?
I know that he is a kobold of focus, commitment, and sheer will.
I
also
do
fucking
know
dangerous.
that
He's very big
I-
and gets bigger. I know that much.
I do know. from the softer side of him, I do know that he actually enjoys hugs while actually having drinks. While speaking of some issues to get them off his chest. I do know he enjoys that.
Shermir was only labeled as a kobold for the protection of everybody around him.
Oh, he's not a kobold.
Another dragon?
No, no. Half lizard folk, half world interblood.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
A kaiju.
What?
I'm sorry, world ender what?
Bloodline. His mother's side.
Huh.
So, if I remember correctly,
explains
this is
So
something
his
that
something.
mother's
was,
a fucking kaiju and his father's extremely brave.
so this was something that was explained to Scab like a long while back, but yes, he is some sort of type of like, I guess they're called kaiju.
He feeds off of war and chaos and gets bigger and stronger as it goes on. And the more you hurt him, the angrier he gets, the more resilient he gets. The only way to really stop him is calm.
From what I understand, he can't die until he finishes his task, from what I was told.
Right, yes.
So
That's-
effectively, Kippa does have the best protection she could possibly have.
Yes, and if she lets him off the hook, I don't
Everyone in
want
his
to be
way
in the
is
same
dead.
location as him.
I'm stating this right now. For Osling and Alufa's wedding, Alufa must show that she's worthy to my mother, not dad.
Like, we're all
Yeah, because Holgar would just egg it on.
so when we pick, yeah, Sir Mir is yeah, don't let him off the chain. He, violence is kind of his oath.
I'm full on like I will give Alufa away at their
That's
wedding.
probably for the better.
Yes. We're not
Oh, so
getting
you
Sir
get
Mir
to fight your
involved in
mom.
that.
Look, if we were to, if there's a god of war out there, they probably really like Sir Mir after some of the bloodbaths he's caused.
Or they're scared of him.
I
Oh, no,
mean,
they-
I enjoy his stories. I really do. Like I could listen to him tell stories of his fighting and his basically his prowess in battle. I could listen to that all day and him not spare me any gory details.
Oh, good. Someone has a stomach for it outside of Holvar.
He is really a skilled swordsman. He did train me quite a bit.
And he helped train me a little bit for the potential of dealing with the Dryad.
A wizard.
I feel like
once
he was
shot
fucking
him
holding
point
back,
blank
though.
with fireball, and he ate the wizard.
I'm not gonna
Ate
lie,
the
I'm
wizard.
still a little miffed when I did spar with Sir Mir. He did hold back a little bit. Like, come on.
Okay.
Look,
Right,
There was
when he
one
first met
time-
Maggie, and he decided, hey, he's got to die, and I decided to get in the way. I wasn't even gonna fucking slow him down.
He
I couldn't
fought
stop.
Holvar when Holvar was sober, as when he was a god, and he sent Holvar back to his divine realm.
So there was nothing Father's clone could do except fuck with his brain.
Yep.
Holy shit.
So if we repair his mind,
Maggie's been working on that. It's just a very, very long process.
right, but if it's repaired, potentially he could be the ace in the hole. As a absolute last resort, though.
I
Point
thought
at
you guys-
Ace.
Ace is like,
It's a metaphor, bud. You're still one of the strongest members here.
One of the strongest members? How many times has he knocked your ass out?
That's what I'm getting at.
So who is stronger than him here?
Points to Cayenne.
He thinks you and I can't do shit.
Look, You gotta face the facts. Out of everyone here, Ace is the strongest one in the room, Hyan being the second strongest.
Only those who can punch a hole through a fucking wall actually qualify. Anything else that anybody can do.
I'll correct
Mongo.
you. Strongest on this plane.
That is true on this plane.
So, as you guys chat back and forth, eventually separating again to prepare for the trial, you head to where the trial is being held, which is the royal courts. And you head into, yeah?
Before we go to that, would now be a good time to mark something off on the checklist.
What's that?
The latest thing.
Yeah, you could do that. The one that you just sent me?
Mm-hmm.
If you want, go ahead and do that.
I'm also making sure I heard you right earlier. Only one of us got a level up.
All of you did.
All of us did that.
Okay. See, I didn't hear that all of us did.
So,
Y'all.
this is just fucking hilarious to me.
I'm trying to get through some
Okay,
stuff.
sorry.
So go ahead and have your alone time with Cayenne.
Yeah, as the voice head off. Kinda, there's something I gotta talk to you about.
Oh?
On our way to the Dryad,
Yeah?
I saw something.
What'd you see?
It was after Scav changed hue. I was trying to look through the goggles to find out what the hell might have happened.
Okay.
I kinda laid eyes on a deity.
Oh, okay.
And show the image. They look like this.
Deities are noticeable very much under a certain spectrum.
Huh.
Except, taller.
You're gonna have to, like... Because it's been, like, an episode ago. You're gonna have to, like, explain, like, what exactly, like, the form, what it looks like that I'm looking at.
I did not write that down.
Melina didn't give much of a description.
Just that it was
It's-
blindingly bright.
It's
Yeah.
again just
It basically kind of halted Mongo to a dead stop of
basically,
how
yeah.
beautiful the
Yeah.
imagery was.
Yeah, basically, she just gave the classic, laying eyes upon a god. It's like so beautiful,
You
it's terrible, so terrible, it's beautiful, like unimaginable.
Yeah.
Terrifyingly beautiful.
Yeah.
Got it.
So after, when I kind of shut down for a little while, I was trying to process everything, and then we get to the Triad, and then we got back, and yeah, everything. Do you know who this is?
I've not seen this before.
I thought, wanna say hello?
I'll say hello. I mean, I'll
Go
say
get a
hello.
Big enough mirror, and then set the goggles, and hold them up for her. Take a look.
Oh boy.
You look at yourself in the mirror, Cayenne, with the goggles on. You look normal. But as you look in the mirror and you see Mongo in it, you can see the threads of life attached to him. The divine threads that you would have access to.
Okay, that's weird. um, Mongo, you must see something different than me. I just
saw
see
you.
I just see myself as I'm standing now. But I can see something that no one else except for Osling would be able to see. Apparently, I can see the divine threads of life that are attached to you.
And heroes hoping for a normal day. Me?
I'm going to let him take the goggles back and I'm just going to hug him. Oh, it's like, thank you for showing me this, but holy fuck.
Mongo's like, so much for a normal day.
Would you like a little bit of spiked coffee to kind of calm our nerves from this?
Maybe a little.
Or would you like to have a little giggle smoke?
I'm not sure what to do before the trial.
Imagine if you put those goggles on in the marketplace.
Nope.
Or in a temple.
No. No.
So,
I don't need to see how faded some of these threads can be.
starting to fray.
Oh god. Go from a really bright, vibrant color to gone through too many washes, the dye is running out, and the threads are very frayed.
Yeah,
Some of
nothing
them barely
to fuck
holding
with
on.
somebody more than a god saying, "Don't worry, I'll see you soon."
So, each of you head off to get dressed, prepare for the trial in the royal courts. And,
Get all dressed all fancy.
yeah, you each head there on your own accord, and Lumion heads with you. And, Sunny goes with you, and Pauline does too. Basically, everybody attends. And, yeah, and you already see the first spat of this confrontation going on. And it's the envoy of the lady is standing in the path of the Magi.
Yes.
And he is not happy about it. The magister, the judge.
Ah,
Yeah, the envoy is standing between them and Maggie.
I mean, like, what is he gonna do? It's envoy of a god.
Do
well,
I see
I know
this?
where Mongo's gonna be standing.
Yeah, you all see that, and Kip was like, "Take your seats. We can't be on the field."
Okay.
Mongo would be the last one.
To sit.
Mm-hmm.
Pick my seat beside Kippa. It's probably weird seeing the red kobold there instead of the usual gentleman.
Osling takes you out of the courtroom. And she looks at you and she's like, "We can be on the field. We can speak on his behalf as a third party.
Okay.
As we are divine beings, well, we won't admit that on the field. We can say we're representative."
Okay. I've got some things to tell you later.
Oh no.
Nothing bad. Nothing bad. It's actually very, very good.
And you feel something brush against you, almost like the wind moves past you.
I'm
Like-
going to kind of just not turn my head, but I'm going to like use my peripheral vision to look. Like, what was that?
As you look at the peripheral of your vision, you can see the wind has form, and it's this top hunch of this thing, like a dire wolf, walks past you, walking through the wind itself. And the most startling thing is, as you try to take in some of these details, while you're mostly immune to the dread of it, it is still dreadful because it is a faceless, skull-bearing wolf.
Oh,
I'm gonna look at Osling.
And she's like, what?
You didn't see that?
Oh, yeah, them. It's one of my animals to call.
Okay. I didn't expect
Awesome,
that.
got a new
Okay.
puppy.
Yeah, they plan on standing guard.
Okay.
And she opens the doors and heads through. And the judge looks at Osling and he's like, "You can't be on the field. This is a trial." And Osling walks to the judge and stands in front of him, standing a little bit taller than them. And she's like, "Then remove me." And the judge is like, she's like, "Remove me. Invoke an act of violence in the city. See what happens." And then she just walks over to Ian. He looks at you come in and he's like, "You too?" Right. And before the trial begins, this is where we're going to end the session. So, this session comes to an end at the foot of the trial. We will do our post-mortem.
Next episode, we get to see if Mongo commits war crimes.
I think Mongo's more petrified now.
Did you see the big fucking wolf?
No, only Cayenne did.
And she knows what they are.
Yep, they're one of her, she has two of them.
Yay!
So, yeah, they're terrifying. Yeah, so jumping into the post-mortem, start with Nikolai over there.
yes.
Post-mortem.
Favorite moments. I would have to say rather kind of like two moments actually.
Have as
One
many
just
as
a
you
moment
want.
ago, where we see the envoy just obviously blocking the judge. It's like you have no power here. And it was actually the dinner with the entire family, just the banter back and forth was a lot of fun. I would probably have to say it seems to have actually worked somehow, but Brigitta's ritualistic slavery freeing thing seems to have worked.
Man, ritual is being revealed and like just history being revealed.
Why a whole like like ritual had to be done. I don't know. Nikolai doesn't understand, but if it worked, it worked. That's fine. So that was nice.
Yeah. What about you, Manga?
Getting some time to actually just spend with the folks. Kind of weird, but it's just like you'd think manga would have like 1,000 fucking questions.
I think he's more just like in a shell shock and happy.
Yeah. But Maggie actually getting some resolution there.
Yeah, I know. That was
a
on
big thing.
my side of the table where essentially they had an entire day of just talking back and forth in a conference room.
Everybody apologizing to me.
And finding out the gritty details of that, how even they were manipulated into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of the highlights for you would be figuring out Mongo's name.
Fucking named after a drink.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
And then his sister is named after the day after drink. It's like, is that the drink that they both shared on like their first date, and then like the one that they had the next morning?
Oh my god, the Mongo drink is essentially like an adios.
But yeah, I don't know what the fuck would go in and belting on Dune's Gentle Oasis alcoholic beverage.
Sounds like an episode of How to Drink.
You know, we might be able to reach out to that dude. And it's like, hey, if this was the name of a cocktail, what do you think it'd be?
There you go.
What about you, Scav?
There's too many for me to like pick out like one or two, so I'm gonna list a few. Spending time with the family,
Or something like that.
the parents, spending time with Kippa, learning more about dragons and the nature of how they are and what they are and who
Yeah.
they are. Of course, the dinner and all of the debate that went on there. The revelations of the interesting lizard folk.
Yeah. Spending time with the folks was good.
And just the general like role play itself, characters coming together and interacting.
I wanted to give a little bit more story about the actual lizard folk that came to see you.
Oh no, hitting up that library is definitely on
Yeah,
the
that
list.
library was pretty fun.
Yeah, it's like, no.
pretty neat.
Really want to go there sometime.
But what about you, DM?
I'm not
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking ignore Cayenne, dick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, Cayenne, you're up on deck.
Top favorite is definitely making dinner for the family with Mom. And just hearing what happens if you don't sit down and use manners, that you will be beaten, essentially.
This like sounds
Um,
very familiar to Crotus. Or Cotus.
Learning another one of the traditions. Learning that not every single one of Bellis's bloodline has literally been eradicated. So it makes me happy knowing she's not the last of her kind. Also, forming the alliance with the Lady of Blood, seeing what she actually looked like. Which the only thing that comes to mind for me is just a more terrifying version of Lilith from oh god. I done forgot. The game that literally just came out that everyone was angry about for a while.
An interesting detail about the Lady of Blood is that she has what appears to be a scar down the center of her face, but her entire face actually split open into like a giant maw.
Alrighty, that's kind of terrifying. Yeah.
So like
Nice.
Stranger Things Demogorgon, but instead of 6, it's just 2.
No, it's the top part and the bottom part, so four, like just four giant like segments of just
Sounds
Okay, so
it
like
should be,
Blade 2,
yeah,
but
like Blade 2,
all
yeah.
over.
yeah. It is
So basically, like a predator's mouth, but actually split.
yeah, a very terrifying demon that will just consume you.
Lovely. Like Ember's father, minus the crystals. But basically forming the alliance with the Lady of Blood and then somehow coming back to waking up in the temple or being sent back to the temple instead of back to the house where everything
So-
started.
A fun little conversation about that. So essentially, temples basically act as bus stops for gods.
Yeah.
You just get sent to the next
So-
nearest one.
Yeah, that's closest to your destination.
That's
The
freaking hilarious.
last thing, And I'm going out of order here. Last thing would definitely be, well, two things. Learning from Fott that he hears voices, so that leads to a lot of speculation.
Yeah. that's fun.
And standing in on the field as a third-party representative for Maggie, and being scared out of my mind by Osling's wolf. Very, very terrifying, creepy wolf.
I really love that her two dogs, her two wolves. They actually do have names, and they're not what you would expect.
Fuzzy and Sunshine,
No.
Murder and Kill.
Sunshine lollipops.
It's really kind of like a soft, adorable side of Osling that you would never expect.
Ribbons.
Oh
Which
my
you
God.
Ribbons, you
Kill.
say? But yeah, her two comrades that follow her around.
Oh, good. They go everywhere. That's
Where's Id now? That makes me wonder. Where's Id now?
It is often sitting with her on her shoulder. That is actually another part of the circle that you guys have, and that's the Lady of Crows. So that's another ally that Kaya now has, that she's not aware of yet.
Nope.
And
Not
she's
aware of
the-
at all.
And she's specifically just a farrier of sorts.
Oh, so would she be like, God, a lot of people call him Sharon, Chiron.
Yeah. She basically deals with the ferrying of souls to where either your realm or Osling's realm. Make sure they get to
Okay.
where they need to go, and then when judgment is presumed, she carries them to wherever they need to go. If they need to go
Okay.
anywhere. Some post-mortem informations there.
what was your favorite part?
I loved actually giving you guys a lot more on the lizard folk and the details. That was a bit of a different intro for the stream.
Yeah, no, this folks fucking go. But if
And-
anybody fucks with him or that library temple,
Yeah, like they're essentially the librarians. They travel the world and categorize people they assume are important. No matter what, if they're like royalty, normal, mundane, whatever, just a person that catches their interest or seem of importance to what their standards are. They will seek out an object after observing the person and present it to them to clarify that it's an object for them to categorize. So, pretty interesting take on how to remember people, essentially.
still want to know what happens to you, like being your own object in there. Or are you not allowed?
We don't cross the streams, man.
I don't see what the issue is. Like I said, it's like you said, it's a object that represents who they are, not what they've done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess if you're a amnesiast, it might help.
Yeah, but if you're feeling like lost, like, oh, okay, maybe that'll help.
Yeah, it might give you, but anything weird or crazy, I don't really think will happen.
I also really enjoyed, like, you know, bringing the family forward finally, and you guys getting to see a bit of their personalities in action, and how they go about things. Also, just deepening the lore of the world a bit more. You know,
Yeah.
the customs of the mountain folk, as they're called. They don't refer to them as themselves as centaurs. That's another bit of lore you learned. The hill folk, the mountain folk, the lore of the moon folk, the traditions of the Munchkin.
Sink a fucking ship.
It's funny.
It's just, you know, that world building of finally being able to drop a bunch more lore for you guys. And then we're finally getting to the trial.
Yes.
So,
This is gonna
yeah.
be fun.
Yeah, that's the word.
So, those are my highlights. I know, mine are boring. So, we're going to go ahead and close the doors for the tavern tonight. We'll be back next week.
Yep.
So, let's say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good night,
Night,
everybody.
everybody.
Thank you.
Night,
Remember,
night.
like, comment, subscribe, join our Discord,
Yeah.
all that jazz.
Some big lore dumps go on there.